On this beautiful Wednesday evening in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, it's time for the 31st game in this inaugural Sunfish season between the 20-9 Spearfish Sasquatch and the home team, the Sioux Falls Sunfish. Hello, fans. It's David Coyer bringing you all the action tonight on the Sioux Falls Sunfish Radio Network and the Sunfish live stream on YouTube. Last night, it was a heartbreaker for Sioux Falls, a 5-4 loss in their first meeting with the Spearfish Sasquatch after 2 runs crossed in the 9th inning off of 2 costly errors for the Sunfish defense. They couldn't get any runs scored in the 9th after scoring 1 in the 8th to initially take the lead before dropping it in the top of the 9th inning, and the Sunfish would go on to lose their first game after winning the past 3. They're looking to try and get back in the win column tonight with Caleb Krantz on the mound, and the Spearfish Sasquatch prepare to oppose them with this lineup. Ryan Bachman will lead things off for the second consecutive night, followed by Johnny McHenry. Seth Surrett will move down to the 4 spot. Ben Parker, who made a late game pinch hit last night. He pinch hit for Chandler Eibach and got an RBI single. He's batting 3rd. Charles McAdoo batting 5th. Nicky Winterstein, the designated hitter, will be batting 6th. 7, 8, 9 are Gage Ninnis, Chandler Eibach, and Theo Hardy, the same 7, 8, 9 from last night. Again, Caleb Krantz on the mound for Sioux Falls, and we are about to get underway with the first pitch. Here it is. It's fouled to the back netting. 91 from Krantz with a 6:38 first pitch in this second matchup between the Spearfish Sasquatch and the Sioux Falls Sunfish. Krantz is making his first start against a team that is not named the Pier Trappers. He's made 4 appearances, 3 starts against the Trappers this season, going 1-1. A fastball misses high. It's 1-1 to Ryan Bachman. 6.75 ERA for Krantz. He'd only allowed 5 earned runs up until his last start last Wednesday. 89 on the radar gun hits the outside corner. Bachman's down 1-2. It was that 11-1 routing by the Trappers here at Karras Park that Krantz allowed 8 runs off 8 hits, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. But to lead off this game, he strikes out Ryan Bachman swinging with a curveball in the dirt. And that's 1 away. Krantz is one of 2 pitchers on this Sunfish team who really relies on the strikeout, the other one being Mitch Stone. All the other pitchers, they're kind of a mix between the strikeout and the ground out. But 23 strikeouts, now 24 for Krantz. He's pitched 8 or more Ks twice this season as a fastball misses low and away to the lefty Johnny McHenry. 9 strikeouts against the Trappers on the 16th. 8 strikeouts, his appearance before that on the 9th. 90-mile-an-hour fastball misses low. It's 2 balls, no strikes to Johnny McHenry. McHenry out of Sparks, Nevada, went 1 for 3 last night with a run, a walk, and a strikeout. Here's the 2-0, fastball away. It was the Hastings Sodbusters and now the Spearfish Sasquatch who have really shown a lot more lefty hitters than the Sunfish have really seen all season. And when you're playing the Pier Trappers, well, 12 times, you really start to see the same guys over and over again. This time a fastball is fouled out of play. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. McHenry swinging on the 3-0. We saw that last night. I forgot who exactly it was. Here's the 3-1 fastball at the knees. It's now a full count. I can't remember who exactly it was, but we had someone swing at a 3-0 pitch, which only certain players get to do that. The payoff misses low, and the second batter is aboard. So a 1-out walk to Johnny McHenry brings up Ben Parker, who had a key pinch hit at bat last night. Drove in a run to put the Sasquatch on top, and that was a lead they would not relinquish. The righty has been having, well, a pretty spectacular season. Fastball misses low and away. In fact, batting .394 this season, he's one of the best hitters in this first half of the Expedition League. In fact, he's 6th in the Expedition League in batting average with his .394. Takes a fastball in the dirt. Krantz really relying heavily on that fastball. I've really only seen the one curveball to strike out Bachman, and McHenry, I'm pretty sure, just saw straight fastballs on his at-bat. Parker in RBIs as well. 5th with 30, including the one last night. Runner goes. Hit and run is on. It gets by JT Mix into right field. Coming over is Kenneth Dutka. He'll throw it in. A beautiful hit and run. Johnny McHenry was on his way to second for the stolen base. Ben Parker hit right behind him. And now there's runners at the corners with one out. Haven't seen many hit and runs this year. In fact, the Sasquatch had another one last night. The Sunfish have tried to put a few in play, but unsuccessfully. Maybe one or two here and there. And it's now the lefty Seth Surratt with one out, runners at the corners. Surratt takes a fastball that gets away from Will Olson, and Ben Parker is going to take second. Mitch Stroh, Tanner Wilson, Kenneth Dutka from left to right in the outfield. Dylan Cricket Danielson in the hot corner tonight. Benito Garcia and JT Mix up the middle with Jesus Licon at first. Will Olson, the Augustana catcher, catching for the Augustana pitcher tonight. 1 ball, no strikes to Surratt. He takes a slider at the chest for a strike. It's early in the College World Series Finals championship game, but the Mississippi State Bulldogs lead in the top of the second. And with just one out, there's now runners on second and third. Grounder to Garcia at short. Picks it up, fires it over to first. A run will score on the ground out. Johnny McHenry trotting in from third. Ben Parker forced to stay at second. It's 1-0 Sasquatch on the ground out by Surratt. It was the Sunfish who struck first yesterday, scoring 2 in the second inning and leading 3-1 until the 6th inning when the Sasquatch would tie it up. But now it's Spearfish who takes an early lead in the top of the first inning, and it's Charles McAdoo up with 2 outs. He'll take a slider on the outside corner. Just missed, though. Ball 1. A new umpiring crew tonight. George Tyree in the field with Anthony Atkinson calling the balls and strikes tonight. They just came up from Fremont after having umpired the Fremont Moo game last night. Fastball misses in. It's 2-0. Sunfish wearing their gray-white-gray combination for the second time this season. Orange bills on the gray caps. They pulled this out for Sunday's game against the Sodbusters, a game that the Sunfish did win. Here's the 2-0. Fastball high. Or curveball, actually. We'll call it a breaking pitch. Might have been his changeup. 84 on the radar gun is what we're going with. 3 balls, no strikes to McAdoo. Sporting the Spearfish Sasquatch black jerseys, gray pants. A fastball misses high, and it's a 4-pitch walk. Runners on first and second, 1 out. Nicky Winterstein, who's wearing an all-orange helmet and is sporting, I think, the bushiest beard that we have seen in the Expedition League this season. Another lefty. This is the first lineup that the Sunfish have really seen where there's more lefties than righties in the lineup. The first pitch is a slider taken in. But the Sasquatch, black jerseys, blue numbers on the back. They have just a foot on the front. And, of course, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, it's the same thing. So they're using the Bigfoot footprint on the chest, also in the light blue, with a little bit of light blue trim on the sleeves. Off the end of the bat to the back left netting for Winterstein. Gray pants with a black stripe down the side. Black hats, to which I'm almost positive also has the footprint on. Winterstein hasn't gotten an at-bat since the 27th against the Pioneers, where he went 3 for 4 with a double and 4 RBIs. He's batting .270 this season. The 1-1 from Karras, fouled to the back netting. Winterstein's down 1-2. A lefty out of the University of Toledo is designated hitting today. He's pitched a few times as well this season for the Sasquatch. 3 games going 1-1. Has not been able to make it to 4 innings pitched in a game, just 3 2/3 twice, 1 1/3 once. Here's the 1-2. Inside, stopped by Olsen. Asking if he went is Will Olsen. The appeal was no good as the slider missed in. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. The Sunfish don't have many lefty pitchers, so it's mostly just going to be a righty-lefty matchup all game. Nick Cavalier pitched against Fremont on Monday. Kenneth Dutka out in right field. Probably won't see action on the mound today. A fastball misses outside. It's a full count with 2 outs. Beautiful day here at Karras Park. A slight breeze blowing in from left. 85 and just partly cloudy. Sun still shining down on Ronken Field. Runners go. High grounder to first. It's going to be foul into the glove of Jesus Licon. We'll see another pitch. That foul ball presented by Keg Chicken. Order it, eat it, crave it. Keg Chicken. So the lefty, Winterstein, had .270 through his 11 games. Has the cycle throughout the season, a double, a triple, a home run. Not an actual cycle in a game. The payoff pitch, grounded past the glove of Karras. That goes into right center field. Here comes the runner around third. The throw in from center gets cut off at second by Benito Garcia. It's a 2-0 ball game as Ben Parker scores from second base. The runners were off on the pitch, so Parker scores. Charles McAdoo makes his way all the way over to third with the 2-out single by Nicky Winterstein. And Karras, who usually starts off games fairly solid, can't get out of this nightmare of a first inning. The only game that he has not pitched 5 innings was his first appearance all the way back on June 4th here at Karras Park against the Trappers. A slider hits at the knees for strike 1 to George Ninnis. In that game back on the 4th, he pitched 2 innings of relief, no runs allowed off 2 hits. Otherwise, 3 straight appearances of 5-inning baseball, going 5 1/3 is most recent. Another slider misses away. He's allowed 2 runs off 2 hits and a pair of walks here in the first inning. Struck out Ryan Bachman to kick this inning off and, well, has struggled a bit since as a pitch is fouled out of play by Ninnis. Ninnis batting .308 on the season. Last night went 1 for 4 in just his 4th game. Now his 5th tonight. Trying to repeat a pickoff over at first. No tag by Jesus Licon. So the slight breeze just slightly blowing the flag out in left field. Looking at all the trees in the outfield, they're not being affected. And looking at the trees in the neighborhood across the street, I don't see a bit of a breeze at all. Must be a high breeze. Not seeing anybody in the stands, their shirts or hats or hair being affected at all. Not much to affect the ball if it's hit high. The 1-2 is a high pitch that's chopped foul down the third base line. It's still rolling, picked up by the Sasquatch third base coach. We're getting close to the end of the first half of the season. We were talking about it before the game, and off the top of any of our heads, was talking to the Sasquatch broadcaster, Cameron Parker. He was asking if it was today. He had been told it was tomorrow, July 1st. A check swing, slider misses low and away. It's Will Olson is asking if he went. There's the called third strike, and the drop third is sending Ninnis back to the dugout. That was a very late called third strike. But 2 strikeouts in that inning. Kranz allows 2 runs to cross off 2 hits, no errors. 2 left on base for the Sasquatch. It's 2 for the Sasquatch. We'll see what the Sunfish can do in the bottom of the first inning. While the Sunfish have struggled against lefty hitters, or haven't seen lefty hitters all too much, not necessarily struggled against them, it's lefty pitchers that they're not fond of. And tonight, the Sasquatch start a southpaw and Hunter Runyon, the lefty from Silverton, Oregon. He's 2-2 on the season with a 3.80 ERA in 6 games and 3 starts, this marking his 4th start of the season. He'll first see Benito Garcia, who takes a fastball at the knees for a strike. Benito Garcia, Mitch Stroh, Kenneth Dutka, the 1-2-3 here in the first inning. Will Olson, Tanner Wilson, Jesus Licone, Dane Frazier, Dylan Cricket Danielson, and JT Mix. The lineup for the Sunfish today. An 80-mile-an-hour fastball on the outside corner puts Garcia behind 0-2. Runyon, in his last start, got the loss in a 3 1/3 inning decision. 6 runs, only 1 of them earned off 5 hits and 2 walks. A curveball misses in the dirt. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's gone 6 or more twice. In his first start, he went 7 innings of 8-hit, 4-run baseball. And against Wheat City, he went 6 innings of scoreless, allowing just 4 hits. Garcia swings through a breaking ball for out number 1.
Now batting the left fielder, number 19, Mitch Stroh.
That'll bring up Mitch Stroh, batting second today for the Sunfish. Stroh, again, last Sunday missed a little bit after getting a cleat to the hand and, well, got stitches in that hand, but in his first game back, he had 3 singles. He takes a fastball in for ball 1. In fact, against the Sodbusters on Sunday, went 3 for 4 with 2 runs, 3 RBIs, a walk and a strikeout. He grounds one down the third base line, just foul past third base. Against the Moo, Mitch went 2 for 6 with a run, an RBI, 2 Ks. He's batting .286 fully on the season through 11 games. Again, it's the lefties that the Sunfish just haven't seen too many of, and when they usually come in relief, not many runs scored. Breaking ball inside, misses in the dirt. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Seth Surratt, Ben Parker, George Ninnis from left to right for the Sasquatch. Ryan Bachman at third, Theo Hardy at short, with Johnny McHenry and Charles McAdoo on the right side of the infield. Stroh pops this one up. Third base, Ryan Bachman coming in on the infield grass and makes the catch for out number 2. Behind the plate, Chandler Eibach for back-to-back games. He was subbed out in the 9th inning after being pinch hit for by Ben Parker. And it's Kenneth Dutka, batting .333 on the season. A two-way player for the Sunfish, takes a curveball outside. Last night he went 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs, had that single that got him to second on the E8. He rolls over one to the right side, charging is McHenry, who picks it up and fires it to McAdoo to complete the 1-2-3 inning. No runs crossed for the Sunfish, and after 1 full from Karras Park, it's the Sasquatch 2, the Sunfish nothing. Chandler Eibach, Theo Hardy, and Ryan Bachman, the 3 we will see to start off the top of the 2nd inning for the Spearfish Sasquatch, who crossed 2 in the 1st inning off Caleb Kranz. A bunt is shown. It's popped to the back left netting for strike 1. Eibach getting aggressive early, trying to play some small ball to get on, and don't get me wrong, I'm a fan of small ball. When someone can lay down a good bunt, it's oddly satisfying. And Eibach, the catcher for the Sasquatch, hasn't shown his speed much yet this series. Breaking ball misses high and in. Evens the count at 1. 236 average with just a single stolen base. The Sasquatch not too aggressive on the base paths. The 1-1 is a curveball that sails over the glove of Will Olson, bounces off the backstop, and rolls all the way back to the backhand of Olson. Kranz just hasn't seemed to find his control yet. Was relying on the fastball heavily in the 1st inning. When he started to go to the breaking stuff, he was struggling to find the zone. Here's the 2-1. Goes back to his bread and butter, the heater. 88 hits down the inside corner for an even 2-2 count now. Ibach yesterday went 0 for 3, was pinch hit for by Ben Parker, and, well, it worked out for the Sasquatch, the 2-2. Fastball right down the middle, gets the punch out. For strikeout number 3 for Karras, through an inning and a third, it's Theo Hardy now for the Sasquatch. And for Spearfish this season, he's batting .293 from San Jose State. 0 for 4 last night, though, with a strikeout. The Sasquatch were retired via the K quite a few times. 7 to be exact. He takes the first pitch out of play. The sun to the right here at Karras Park, casting some short shadows out in right field. The warning track from right field all the way to about the left center alleyway is covered in shadows as a changeup hits the outside corner to the lefty Hardy. And the evergreens in the right field, casting shadows that are creeping into right field. A check swing on the fastball in. It's called a ball. 89 on the radar gun. Karras on the fastball has been showing his heat. He has touched 90, even hit 91 once. Here's the 1-2. Fastball away. Can't get it. Over at the Augustana Football Stadium, it looks like there's a summer football practice going on. This time a fastball misses high. 3 straight fastballs after an 0-2 count have missed, and it's now 3 balls and 2 strikes to Theo Hardy, who's had a keen eye and fought back. Here's the payoff from Karras. Went with the fastball again. This time it's popped into left field. Coming in as Stroh. He stops just shy of the left field line and makes the catch for out number 2. A different start than the first inning. 2 up, 2 down. Karras started off the first at-bat to Ibach, struggling to find the zone, and now he's gone back to the heater. And he's been painting the corners, just missing a bit. With 2 outs, we're back to the top of the order with Ryan Bachman, who was strikeout number 1 of the game. He saw only heaters minus the curveball to strike him out, and there a curveball misses high. It's now 3-0 Mississippi State in the top of the 3rd inning in the College World Series Championship. The 1-0 Bachman is a curveball that hits the lower outside corner. The throwback from Olsen, not caught by Karras. It's now rolling to Garcia, who picks it up. He almost looked like he was acting as if he was going to throw it over to first, had the nice sidearm, and just tossed it back to his pitcher. This will be Caleb Krantz's last start for the Sunfish. Here's the 1-1, poked high down the right field line. Coming over is Kenneth Dutka. That's hooking foul just to the left of the Sunfish bullpen. That foul ball is presented by Keg Chicken. Order it, eat it, crave it, Keg Chicken. Sunfish, in fact, did not have Keg Chicken before the game today, though. They came over to my house, or at least my host family's house, Ann Davis. She's sitting in the second row here at Karras Park. She and her son-in-law, Willie, made brats and burgers for the Sunfish players for a pregame meal today. They got to hang out in the basement. The 1-2, a fastball, 90 on the inside corner, gets Bachman looking. He is struck out twice today. That's strikeout number 4 for Karras, and it's a 3-up, 3-down inning in the top of the 2nd from Karras Park. It's the slower pitchers that the Sunfish seem to struggle with a bit. Last night they saw it with Riley Moran, who was really only topping out in about 78 on his fastball. Well, tonight the highest I think I've seen is from Hunter Runyon. Been about, I'd say he tops out about the low 80s. Has hit 81 a few times. So not necessarily super low on the velocity, but there's been a lot of other pitchers this season that Sioux Falls has faced off against who get mid to high 80s. The first pitch is a fastball but just below the knees to Will Olson for ball one. And well, last night Walker Bullington a bit frustrated with his team. Just had about 4 hits. And not just about, they had, actually, if I'm not mistaken, nope, they did have 5. So yeah, just about 4 hits. As a 69-mile-an-hour curveball hits the outside corner, evening the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. He was just a bit frustrated because, well, it was against the Trappers, where they had a pitcher as Olson rolls over to 1 to third. Ryan Bachman fires it across the field, and it just beats Olson by about a step. It was against the Trappers where they had a pitcher who topped out with his fastball about 72, 73. And, well, he kept the Sunfish scoreless last Wednesday. And right now, a breaking ball pitcher whose fastball tops out at about 80 has again been a bit of a kryptonite for the Sunfish, and it's Tanner Wilson who'll try and get things going for Sioux Falls. Fastball missing low and away, 81 on the radar. Wilson hasn't played since Monday's routing of the Fremont Moo. He went 2 for 4 with 3 runs and 2 walks. He lines one into the glove of Ryan Bachman at third. Pulled that one down the third base line, right into the awaiting Bachman's glove, and there's 2 away here in the bottom of the second. Lee Cohn before his first at-bat. Always writes something in the dirt. I still have yet to ask him. I was talking with Sunfish catcher Carter Tibbetts, who thinks he might just draw a cross in the dirt or what, and then he goes and taps the home plate umpire and the catcher with his bat, the handle of the bat on their shin guards. Lee Cohn takes a fastball right down the middle for a strike. 286 for the big man this season. Takes a curveball just below the knees. We haven't seen him since Sunday's 11-6 victory over the Sodbusters, where he went 1 for 4 with a double. 2 strikeouts and a walk. Hits just above a hanging curveball. He's down 1 ball and 2 strikes now as he fouled that one back into his own foot. Jesus was feeling a bit under the weather on Monday, so did not make the trip down to Fremont. Did not participate in that long but fun game against the Moo. When you win 19-7, it's a good win. He drives one into right center field. That's going to fall for a base hit. It's rolling to the warning track. He's rounding first, heading to second. It bounces off the wall. He's going to try for 3. The throw gets by the cutoff man, and Jesus Lee Cohn with a 2-out triple gets the first hit of the ball game for the Sunfish. That's his second triple of the year, and get that man some oxygen. He was rumbling and stumbling all around the base paths. He looked like he was ready to just stop at second. Realized that center fielder Ben Parker didn't get a clean play on it on the bounce off of the wall as that ball rolled all the way underneath the 2018 NCAA Division II National Champions banner. Dane Frazier takes a fastball high and away. And Lee Cohn, when he saw that, that's roughly about 380 feet out there to right center field. And well, he'd made his way all the way to third. A liner up the middle will fall for a base hit. And Dane Frazier with an RBI single with 2 outs puts the Sunfish on the board and cuts the lead in half. Frazier hadn't gotten a hit since Saturday's game against the Sodbusters. He was one of the few who went hitless against the Moo on Monday. Still had 2 walks. But now he gets a hit in his first plate appearance today, and the Sunfish now just trailed by 1 in the bottom of the second with 2 outs. It's Dylan Cricket Danielson. Cricket swings through the first fastball. He misses, and it's strike 1. From Marshall, Minnesota, he's struggling this season, batting .128. Has a pair of doubles. A curveball misses high. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. But the one stat as a hitter you really don't want to lead in for your team is the strikeout. And, well, Dylan has 25 of them this season. Hasn't been seeing the ball too well at the plate. Here's the 1-1. A curveball just misses outside. Back-to-back fastballs drilled into the outfield for the Sunfish have put them on the board. They've still yet to be shut out in this inaugural season. Last Wednesday scored a late run, again via Dane Frazier. Cricket Danielson gets underneath a fastball and fouls it to the back netting, evening the count at 2 with 2 away. And Dylan, he's very streaky. When he gets a hit, usually takes a couple games for him to get a hit again. Likes to walk, though. 10 walks through 11 games. Pops one up. Shallow right field. Drifting in is Ninnis. To his left. Makes the catch. But Dane Frazier drives in Jesus Licone, who had tripled himself. 1 run crosses off 2 hits. No errors. 1 left on base in the second inning. The Sunfish cut the lead in half. It's now 2-1 Sasquatch after 2. The Sunfish cut the lead in half in the bottom of the second inning. It's now 2-1 Sasquatch. And Johnny McHenry, Ben Parker, and Seth Surratt will lead off this third inning. McHenry and Parker, the 2 runs for the Sasquatch. As McHenry drives this one high and deep to right center field. Giving chase is Dutka, but he can only watch that go over the right field wall. A solo home run on the first pitch of the third inning, and Johnny McHenry gives the Sasquatch a 2-run lead right back. 89-mile-an-hour fastball, and McHenry, sporting the mullet, took it right over the right center field wall, over the Great Life sign here at Karras Park. It's now 3-1 Sasquatch. Wow. That ball got out of here in a hurry. Absolutely crushed off the bat of Johnny McHenry. It's now Ben Parker who singled. He takes a fastball out of play down the right field line. McHenry, with his first home run of the season, he had 7 doubles for the Sasquatch. But that long ball had eluded him. Here's the 0-1 to Parker, pops it out of play again. Foul ball presented by Keg Chicken. Order it, eat it, crave it. Keg Chicken. And Will McHenry, even though he has quite a few doubles and a pair of triples, his slugging percentage wasn't all there. A hard-thrown fastball just held on a bit too long by Kranz. Bounces it in the dirt. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Parker. It's actually Charles McAdoo who leads in the slugging, as a liner in the left field will fall for a base hit off of the bat of Ben Parker, who's 2 for 2 on the day with a pair of singles. McHenry and Parker both get on. Well, both times, except McHenry made quick work of touching the bases on the home run trot. It's now Seth Surratt who grounded into a fielder's choice that scored Johnny McHenry the first inning. 3-1 now, Sasquatch on the long ball by McHenry. The ball gets away from Will Olson. There goes Parker to second. Olson comes back, picks up the ball barehanded, tossing it back to his pitcher. And Kranz, I think the home run might have rattled him just a little bit. He's really just been trying to fire the ball in. It doesn't look like he's looking for the zone much anymore. He's just looking to fire the fastball in. Hasn't really gone for the breaking ball yet. 1 ball, no strikes. Fastball in. Early on in the game, his breaking stuff wasn't hitting the zone, and so he was heavily relying on that fastball. Well, it seemed like in the second inning he had found the break, the curveball, the changeup. Instead, now he's back to the heater. Checks back at second and delivers. Fastball low. Bouncer into Mix's glove over to Lee Cone for out number 1. Parker will head over to third. Another ground out for Surratt. Puts a runner 90 feet away, and it's Charles McAdoo who walked and was left stranded on third his last time up. No traditional double play in play as the runner's on third. And really a ground out or a single will score the run from third as a curveball misses low and away. Parker's aggressive on the base paths, or at least he's been dancing around. This one, a hard hit ball into center field. Charging in is Tanner Wilson. That'll get between Wilson and Stroh and roll by. On his way to second is McAdoo, as the throw in from Tanner Wilson will be caught by Benito Garcia just in front of second base. Ben Parker scores easily as the ball hit the ground, and we'll see if that'll be marked a single, an error. I don't think they'll give him the double. Either way, Charles McAdoo drives in a run, ends up on second, and it's Nicky Winterstein with just 1 away. They're giving him the double. A tough play for both Stroh and Tanner Wilson, or excuse me, Dutka and Wilson. I was saying that was Mitch Stroh, that was Kenneth Dutka out there and right. Mitch Stroh was playing there the other day, back against Hastings on Sunday. That's why I keep getting it mixed up. Changeup hits the outside corner for strike 1. Runner on second, 1 out. It's a 4-1 ball game as the Sasquatch led off this inning with a solo shot by Johnny McHenry. Ben Parker singled before being driven in by that Charles McAdoo double. A hard hit ball just past JT Mix at second. That'll roll deep into the alleyway. It's kicked by Tanner Wilson. Scoring is McAdoo, and Nicky Winterstein will trot into second. The fielding just has not been there for the Sunfish since late in yesterday's game. Charles McAdoo scores from second. Nicky Winterstein gets on with what I'm believing will be a single and an E8. And with one out, it's now 5-1 Sasquatch as well. Literally, the Sunfish are kicking the ball around. It's now Gage Ninnis, who struck out to end the first inning. Winterstein, on his secondary lead, is going all the way about halfway down to third. A curveball missed lone away. It's 1 ball, no strike. They do have an error up on the scoreboard. They have not updated it on Point Streak yet. They just did now. It's a single and an E8. Time was called just before the pitch by Krantz, which was a fastball right across the plate. It's still 1 ball and no strikes. Doesn't appear to be any movement in the Sunfish bullpen. So Walker Bullington expecting his pitcher to get out of the inning. 87 on the radar. Hits the lower outside corner. It's 1 ball, 1 strike now to Gage Ninnis. Through 2 1/3 innings, the Sasquatch have scored 5 runs off 6 hits. Taking advantage of the 1 error by the Sioux Falls Sunfish, who have just scored 1 run off 2 hits. Curveball hung over the plate is driven into shallow left field. Charging in is Stroh, who will just throw it to second instead of trying to test Winterstein at home. And a 1-out single scores another one for the Sasquatch. 4 runs have crossed in this 3rd inning. After the Sunfish scored 1 in the 2nd inning to cut the lead in half, instead of just taking a 1-run lead off the solo home run by Johnny McHenry, a few others would like to cross as well. Ben Parker, Charles McAdoo, and Nicky Winterstein have all scored this inning. And the only person to not get a hit, well, is the only one who's been retired, and that's Seth Surratt. He grounded out to second, which advanced Ben Parker to third, who was then in turn driven in by Charles McAdoo. I've mentioned it all season long. The Sunfish usually have a few outcomes in a game. They take the lead early, and then about halfway through a game or somewhat early in a game, give up the lead, or at least lessen their lead, usually get the tie ball game and blow the game at the end, allowing some late runs to drop the game. Or they'll do the same thing and allow a tie ball game, pull out a little bit late, and then end up getting the win as a pickoff attempt at first is almost gets by Lee Cohn, who makes a nice dig on the hop. Or it's something like this, where in the first 3 innings, runs just continue to cross. A fastball misses low to Chandler Eibach. He was strikeout number 3 for Krantz. Was part of that 1-2-3 second inning for the Sasquatch. Runner at first, 1 out. Sasquatch, who have crossed 4 in the 3rd inning, now lead by 5 as a fastball is rolled to the Spearfish dugout. Rarely does Sioux Falls take a lead early and consistently hold it through the game and even add on to it. At some point, they make it somewhat of an interesting game. Even in Monday's game against the Moo, 86-mile-an-hour fastball misses in. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Even against the Moo on Monday, 19-7 was the score, and well, probably could have been a lot less. Except the Sunfish, well, they had a bad inning or 2 in there. Fastball just in front of it is Eibach, who's got the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Sunfish, through 3 innings, were up 7-0 on the Moo. In the 4th inning, they put up an 8 spot. So after 3.5 innings, we're up 15-0. They let 4 cross in the 4th. Pickoff attempt at first, not in time. So after 4 innings, it was 15-4. 3 more would cross in the 6th, making it 15-7. So just like that, the Moo come back, and it basically are down by just 7, which they had easily just crossed. A slider misses away. It's now a full count. And it wasn't until later on in the game, the 8th and 9th, where they would tack on 4 runs, keep the Moose scoreless through the last 3 innings. But just like that, you know, they're letting up 7 runs. Fastball lost him. So with 1 out, Kranz looked like he was about to get through one and get a second out. Instead, he walks his 3rd batter of the game. This is the first batter to reach, Chandler Eibach is, not via the hit this inning. 5 hits through 7 batters. It's Theo Hardy who flew out in the 2nd inning. Runners on 1st and 2nd, 1 out. Middle infield playing a double play depth. Dylan Cricket Danielson at 3rd, creeping in just a bit. A fastball misses high and in. Now the Sunfish also are known, though, for coming back late, tacking on a few runs, taking advantage of some relief pitchers. And while 5 runs is still quite a bit, it's doable, especially in this Expedition League season. Breaking ball gets away from Kranz. It's 2 balls, no strikes. And I don't know if it's just that Kranz hasn't seen many lefty hitters this season, or if it's just he hasn't pitched in a week, or what's going on right now with him. Change up, hits the outside. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Again, he seemed to have recovered quickly in the 2nd inning. But then this 3rd inning, he struggled a bit. A grounder up the middle. Benito Garcia will tap second himself before firing over to first in time. A 6 unassisted, 3 double play gets the Sunfish out of this nightmare of an inning. 4 cross for the Spearfish Sasquatch off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits, 1 error, 1 left on base for Spearfish. A home run and a double. The 2 extra base hits that were part of this 5-hit, 4-run inning for Spearfish. They now lead by 5 as we head to the bottom of the 3rd. It's the 9-1-2 for the Sioux Falls Sunfish. JT Mix gets his first plate appearance. A Jesus Licon 2-out triple followed by a single by Dane Frazier put the Sunfish on the board. But they now trail by 5. A first pitch swinging off the end of the bat of JT Mix into right center field. That's going to fall in front of a charging Ben Parker. And JT Mix, who is known for swinging at the first pitch, and, well, typically it hasn't worked for him a lot. Last night he got his first hit since June 22nd. And in fact, against the Sodbusters on Sunday, that was his first time reaching in 17 at-bats. So JT now back-to-back games with a hit. Gets on early for the Sioux Falls Sunfish. Here's Benito Garcia, who's showing bunt. Pulls back as the curveball misses away. One ball, no strikes to Garcia, who struck out swinging his first time up. He got behind 0-2 and was forced to swing on the 0-2 pitch, but now he's ahead 1-0. Mix dancing around. There he goes. Curveball misses high. The throw down from Ibach bounces into the glove of a covering Hardy, whose tag is just a bit late. Excuse me, that's actually McHenry covering from second. How could I miss the mullet? You got Johnny McHenry he's got a bit of a shorter mullet, but Riley Moran, yesterday's starter, had a flowing red flow. Well, flowing red flow, that's kind of repetitive. It's not much of a mullet, it's more of just a flow. Got some nice long hair. 2 balls, no strike. Mix off on the first pitch again. This one drilled high and deep to left field. Surratt lost it. That's carrying off the wall. Mix was on his way back to second. He's now rounding third, heading home, and Benito Garcia absolutely crushes a double. And when I mean absolutely crushes a double, I mean that was about probably inches away from getting over the Teriyaki Madness sign out there in left center field. No outs now as the Sunfish bats are coming alive. Anything you can do, we can, well, start to do. It's Mitch Stroh, who flew out to third his last time up. The Sunfish are 1 hit away from tying their hit totals last night. Mitch Stroh takes a fastball high, 79 on the radar gun. Garcia just turned on one. He does have a home run this season and came in Pier against the Trappers. The 1-0. Stroh turns on one. It gets by the glove of Ryan Bachman. Got through the 5-hole. Garcia's rounding third, heading home. Stroh takes a hard round around first. He'll stop. Uh-oh, he looks like he's limping. Garcia scores from second. Stroh stops at first, but he's having to walk out to right field. I think he's got maybe a lower body injury. He had struggled with that earlier this season. Missed a couple games for it. Stretching out a bit. Might just have a little bit of a tight hamstring. The trainer's starting to walk out on the field, but he's heading back to the Sunfish dugout. It's Kenneth Dutka, who takes a first pitch curveball that he turned his back thinking he was about to get hit. But the 66 mile an hour broke back into the zone. So no outs. Dutka now swings on a fastball away. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. No outs. 3 straight hits for the Sunfish. A single by JT Mix and Mitch Stroh. And a double by Benito Garcia. Time is called by Dutka. He's down 0-2. 2 have crossed in this third inning. It's just a 3-run ball game now. Dutka takes a fastball high. The tying run in the on-deck circle and Will Olson. Dutka and Stroh just 2 runs that'll get within 1 for Sioux Falls. A curveball high and inside is taken into right field. A ground ball up the right side. And now every hitter thus far has reached via the hit. It's looking just like Spearfish did in the top half of the inning, where all but one reached via the hit. And it's now Will Olson, who is, well, the anti-beer batter tonight. And it just was a substitution. Adonis Forte coming in for Mitch Stroh, who was basically limping into second base. Hopefully he's okay. Again, earlier this season, he missed a couple games with a lower leg injury. So Adonis Forte is out at second. A speedy outfielder and a speedy base runner in scoring position. And the power hitter for the Sunfish, Will Olson, looking to drive him in. 4 hits this inning. The Sunfish are now 1 above their hit total yesterday. Still are a few runs behind. A curveball hit misses away from Runyon. Olson grounded out. Didn't get to really mention he's the anti-beer batter, which if you know what a beer batter is, it means it's the other team, and if they strike out, it's $1 off beer the rest of the game here at Karras Park. A fastball misses high. It's 2-0 to Olson. But how the anti-beer batter works is if Olson gets a base hit, it's the same thing. So instead of a Sasquatch striking out, it's Olson getting a hit. Here's the 2-0. A fastball driven hard into left center field and deep. That bounces off the wall. Forte rounding third. The ball picked up by Parker. Thrown in, cut off at short. The relay home. Dutka slides in head first. A double by Will Olson makes it a 1-run ball game. Adonis Forte scores from second. Kenneth Dutka all the way from first. And with no outs, 4 have crossed here in the third. And it's 6-5, still in favor of Spearfish. And Will Olson, the anti-beer batter, crushes a few out there at second, in fact. Bragging to his teammates in the dugout. He's the first anti-beer batter of the season, and he just crushed a double to left center field. And on the mound, he simulated chugging a few cold ones. Tanner Wilson takes one low. He lined out to third his last time up. Wilson has gotten a hit in 8 of his 9 games. The only one he did not get a hit in was Friday against the Sodbusters, where he went 0 for 3. That was partially my fault. Fastball misses low, and Chandler Eibach is going to call time to go calm down his pitcher. It was the cowboy hat for Tanner Wilson. He wore it during batting practice and hasn't worn it since. And, well, since not wearing it, he's gone 3 for 8, scoring 6 runs in the process. So after going 3 up, 3 down in the first, 2 up, 2 down in the second, and then a triple and a single just scoring 1, the Sunfish have come from behind. And with the trailing 6-1 here in the bottom of the third inning, they've brought it back to just a 1-run ball game, all with no outs. Everyone so far has gotten a hit. Tanner Wilson takes a strike on the outside corner. 2 balls, 1 strike now. A single by JT Mix, a double by Benito Garcia, back-to-back singles for Mitch Stroh and Kenneth Dutka, and a bases-clearing double by Will Olson has made it a 6-5 ball game. Tanner Wilson takes a curveball for a strike that started high and just absolutely dropped into the zone. That's the thing about Runyon's pitches. While that curveball's hitting about 68, it's got a lot of movement behind it, fooling some of these batters. Here's the 2-2. Dropped into the zone again, pulled just to the Spearfish dugout. Just the second meeting between the two teams this season. Here in the first half as well, which is set to my understanding, it was resetting after the 32nd game, which for the Sunfish is tomorrow. So tomorrow would mark the last game of the first half of the season. Time is called by Wilson. For Spearfish broadcaster Cameron Parker, he was under the impression that on July 1st, it was going to be a new second half of the season where the records restarted and first place was up for grabs. Here's the 2-2. Curveball pulled just foul down the left field line, excuse me. Foul ball presented by Keg Chicken. Order it, eat it, crave it, Keg Chicken. But then when we went on point streak today, when you go to standings, it already has the second half as just the default. So no one's fully sure when the second half of the season will start. Here's the 2-2. A fastball rolled over past a diving Theo Hardy. Will Olson is going to get the stop sign at third. And another hit for the Sunfish. That's hit number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in this inning. And it's Jesus Licone, who had a hit of his own in the last inning. Hit triple number 2. He's tied with Adonis Forte in triples for the Sunfish. His first one, an RBI triple that gave the Sunfish the insurance run they needed against the Trappers last week, Thursday, in their victory in the state's capital. First pitch to Licone. He swings on a curveball in the dirt. Slightly rolled away from Ibach, but not enough for Olson or Wilson to advance. No balls, 1 strike now to Licone. Runyon has been hanging that curveball just a bit too over the plate for some of these guys. This time the curveball hits low. In the top of the 5th inning with 2 outs, the Mississippi State Bulldogs have the bases loaded. They've taken a 5-0 lead over Vanderbilt in the championship game. Curveball bounces in the dirt there. Runner goes and Licone fouls it straight into the glove of Chandler Ibach off the bounce. And I said the curveball missed low. Well, that was in the College World Series game, not here in Sioux Falls. Licone behind, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cool thing about today's game is that all 4 Augustana players on the Sunfish team are in the lineup. Curveball just misses high, 68 on the radar. Will Olson over at third. Well, all 4 of them were in the lineup. Mitch Stroh has been pulled for Adonis Forte with what was an apparent lower leg injury, or upper leg injury, I guess. Lower leg is just a bit redundant. There goes Wilson on the pitch. Fastball misses high. No throw down from Ibach. It would have been a nice pitch to throw down, but Ibach didn't want to risk Olson trying to snag home, and it's now a full count to Jesus Licone. Runyon at 51 pitches already through just 2 innings. This one taken high and deep by Licone. He just got under it. Olson's going to tag on the catch by Surratt. And you know Jesus wanted that one. He's still looking for the home run. His triple in Pier just missed as it bounced off the wall. This time, Licone just got a bit underneath it. Didn't have enough power behind it. He flies out deep to left field on the sac fly that scores Will Olson. He's the first one to be retired, is Jesus. And it's now Dane Frazier, who up until this inning had the only RBI, and it's a tie ball game. With Olson scoring, that's the 5th run of the inning. It's 6-6 now in the bottom of the 3rd. Wilson heads over to third. The throwdown from Ibach, an absolute bullet. And a hard slide into Ryan Bachman. It looks like he got a bit of his hand with the cleat, did Tanner Wilson. He was out by a good 1.5 feet. Caught stealing. Sunfish known for being aggressive on the base path, sometimes a bit too aggressive. They lead the league in being caught on the base paths. And now there's, just like that, there's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Dane Frazier now has empty bases and is ahead 1 ball, no strikes. Swings through a changeup. It's 1-1. That is the 43rd time the Sunfish have been caught on the base paths, caught stealing. Here's the 1-1 to Frazier. Pops this one up. Shallow center field. Going back is Hardy, who calls off a charging Ben Parker for out number 3. 5 cross for the Sioux Falls Sunfish off 6 hits, no errors, with no one left on base. It's a tie ball game here after 3 in Sioux Falls. Well, you heard it here, folks. Mississippi State still rolling. Words from our great GM, Nick Moen. They've never won a national title in history in baseball. As a fastball misses low, it's leading off for the Spearfish Sasquatch. It's Ryan Bachman at the top of the order. He takes a fastball low. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Bachman has struck out twice. Mississippi State is one of those schools. A hard hit ball in the left field bounces in front of Adonis Forte for a single for Ryan Bachman, his first of the day. Back-to-back innings where the leadoff man has reached. Well, the last time it was Johnny McHenry who had his solo home run. It's a tie ball game after 9 total runs crossing the 3rd inning between the two teams. 4 for Spearfish, 5 for the Sunfish. It's Johnny McHenry, who walked and scored in the first and had that absolute moonshot to right center field. This pitch gets away from Will Olson. A fastball as Bachman takes a hard round around second base. Olson's going to call time, get a new ball, and go talk to his pitcher. The two of them, Augustana boys. And I was getting to that. Will Olson, the catcher, and one of the team leaders for Augustana, their best hitter on the team this year. JT Mix, who had the hit that won Augustana their one and only national championship back in 2018. Had the game-winning hit, and he's out at second base today. Caleb Kranz, an up-and-coming pitcher for the Vikings. And Mitch Scholl, a utility player for the team, who started in left field today, has now been replaced by Adonis Forte. 87-mile-an-hour fastball misses high and away. The bats came alive in that 3rd inning for both teams. 5 hits for Spearfish, 6 for the Sunfish. A ground ball right side. Jesus Licone can only watch that roll into right field. Rounding third is Bachman. The throw in from Kenneth Dutka on the line home. Taking advantage of the overthrow is Johnny McHenry, who heads over to second. Back-to-back singles now puts two runners in scoring position, as Kenneth Dutka was thinking Bachman was going to go and just overshot the cutoff man, sending McHenry to second. And here comes Tyler Olmstead for his second mound visit of the game, and we're going to have a new pitcher. It looks like it might be Jorge Galindo coming in. We'll see. With no outs, runners on second and third, it's still a tie ball game from Sioux Falls. It's Jorge Galindo relieving Caleb Krantz here in the top of the fourth inning. Krantz allowed 2 hits to kick off this fourth inning, and now there's runners at second and third for Ben Parker. So Krantz, in his final Sunfish appearance this season, goes 3 innings of 9 hit. Oh, breaking ball just misses. I'm not sure if that missed high or away. Looked pretty good to me, but it's ball 1 to Parker. 9 hits, 6 earned runs, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts for Krantz to end his Sunfish career. The 1-0 drilled hard into the gap in left center. That's going to fall for a base hit. 2 runs are going to score, as McHenry was basically already on third base by the time that ball landed. He was on the verge of passing Bachman, who, even when they crossed, Bachman kind of looked back smiling as if to say, hey, you want to slow down next time? And just like that, the Sasquatch have the lead right back, leading 8-6 here in the top of the fourth. So just a runner on first now. Galindo, not much of a strikeout pitcher. He does have the lowest ERA on the team. 0.84 through 10 2/3 innings pitched, stretched out through 4 games. The fastball misses high and away. It's 1 ball, no strikes to Seth Surratt. With those 2 runs crossing, that brings the total up to 8 runs, all of them earned allowed off of Krantz. Fastball on the inside corner gets called a strike. So once again, 3 innings pitched, 9 hits, 8 runs, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. The pickoff attempt, no tag from Lee Cohn at first. Galindo hasn't pitched since Saturday in 1 inning of relief, allowing 2 runs. Neither of them earned. Hard hit ground ball off the hop to Garcia. Mix. Lee Cohn. A double play clears the bases. That was an absolute rocket off the bat of Surratt, who has grounded out twice. First to Benito Garcia, then to JT Mix. And well, now it was kind of both of them. A 6-4-3 double play clears the bases. And there's 2 outs now for Charles McAdoo, who walked and doubled, scored the last time up off of a single by Nicky Winterstein. And a slow curveball misses low. It's 1 ball, no strike. Galindo's longest outing of the season, 4 innings, so he can go long in relief. Fastball foul to the back netting. And I think that's why Walker Bullington put him in a situation like this. You got a high-scoring tie ball game. And with 2 runners on, you bring Galindo in. Well, both of them cross off of just 1 single. That's, not necessarily Jorge's fault. Now it's just a 2-run ball game. If you can keep them in for 4 or 5 innings, change-up misses in. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Actually, almost hit McAdoo. But if you can keep Galindo in for 4 or 5 innings, keep it a 2-run ball game, maybe get some bats around for the Sunfish themselves. A hard liner into right field, right center, that rolls up the alleyway into the glove of Tanner Wilson for a 2-out base hit. As long as you can keep the pitch count down for Jorge, might keep this a close ball game. It seems like Spearfish, though, they've been able to barrel them up twice. And even on the ground out by Surratt, that was a hard hit ball straight at Benito Garcia. Some of the shortstops might not be able to make that play. Garcia's got the nice glove. Here's the lefty Winterstein, 2 for 2 with singles. Pickoff attempt almost sails over the head of Jesus Licon. Able to snap that one out of the air. Tonight's game in the NBA, the LA Clippers and the Phoenix Suns. Hard hit ground ball right side. That's through into right field. Kenneth Dutka firing it all the way over to third. Stopped by Garcia. Fires it back to first. The tag from Licon. There's been no call yet. It's in time. Kenneth Dutka was trying to catch Charles McAdoo all the way over to third. Benito Garcia smart enough to cut that one off. They weren't going to get him at third, and Garcia catches Winterstein with a hard round around first. And so it's a 9-6-3 putout, and it just keeps the run total to 2 in the top of the 4th inning. The Spearfish Sasquatch lead once again 8-6 over the Sunfish as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning.
For the Sunfish, number 20, the third baseman, Dylan Cricket Danielson.
Dylan Cricket Danielson will lead it off for the Sioux Falls Sunfish, who now trail by 2 after the Sasquatch were quick to take their lead back. A kick and deliver. Fastball right down the middle taken by Cricket Danielson. There's a new pitcher on the mound for the Sasquatch. And that's number 5, Juan Malera, who throws a breaking ball inside, taken by Cricket Danielson. It was 2 runs off 5 hits with 1 left on base for the Sasquatch. They were given Winterstein that single before being thrown out. Fastball inside. It's 2-1 to Cricket Danielson, who flew out back in the 2nd inning. Malera from eastern New Mexico, another southpaw. More lefties on this team than the Sunfish know what to deal with. A slow grounder off the hop into the glove of Bachman, fired across the infield for out number 1. It gets Cricket Danielson.
Now that is the second baseman, number 24.
This is Malera's first appearance for the Sasquatch out of eastern New Mexico. The 5'9" lefty out of, I know I'm going to butcher this, Laredo, Texas. And it looks like home plate umpire Anthony Atkinson was checking something with Malera. I can only speculate. I didn't see what they did when they walked out there, but, you know, with all the stuff going on in the MLB, who knows? Maybe he was getting checked for the sticky stuff. Mix takes a curveball in the dirt. JT kicked off that last inning for Sioux Falls, where the first 6 reached via the hit. So fastball misses low again. It's 2 balls, no strikes. 6 hits, 5 runs, which tied up the game in the 3rd. That lead has since been relinquished to Spearfish. The 2-0 taken high. Mix ahead 3-0. And, well, you got the Sasquatch. We've already talked about how on their chest and hat it's Bigfoot. Slider in, misses, and Mix walks on 4 straight pitches. Benito Garcia and Mitch Stroh, but he got his single and then made it to second before being pinch ran for by Adonis Forte. And with 1 out, it's Benito Garcia, though. He doubled, which scored JT Mix. And he later scored himself. First pitch he sees is a fastball outside. But you got the Sasquatch, you got the Bigfoot, getting to my point, the Bigfoot on the chest. Then you got the Rougarou. That's a word I learned today on the Fish Tank. Go check out Fish Tank episode 4 on Spotify, Google Podcasts, and Apple Podcasts. Curveball taken at the knees. It's a 1-1 count. The Rougarou is basically what people from down south in Louisiana call Bigfoot or Sasquatch. Found that out from Jonathan Brandon and Zeph Hoffpower. The 1-1 brushes back Garcia, gets away from Ibach. No take by JT Mix at first. According to Google, the Rougarou is a beastly werewolf or dog-like creature existing in the rich Cajun folklore along the swamps and bayous of southeast Louisiana. Pickoff attempt. Mix was actually on the pitch. Looked like he was about to take second, so a good pickoff by Malera, excuse me. Pickoff attempt gets Mix in a rundown now. The chase down from Mix all the way back to first. He gets tagged. And Mix is caught stealing or picked off. And, well, Just like that, there's 2 outs. Another base running mistake by the all too aggressive Sioux Falls Sunfish. While aggressiveness on the base paths can be very helpful, it seems to almost be harmful to Sioux Falls this year. That was Theo Hardy from short chasing down Mix and making the tag. Garcia ahead 2-1. Pokes this one off the end of the bat. Down the first base line, hooking just foul. It's an even 2-2 count now. But so the Rougarou, I was talking, I had to ask on the podcast, is the Sasquatch real? Asking Zeph and Jonathan Brandon, the 2 boys from Louisiana. And then Walker Bullington, my co-host, said, well, have you heard about the Rougarou? Or the Rougarou is how he pronounced it. Another foul ball out of play for Garcia staying alive. And I said I had never heard of that. And I'm a big, mythical... I like, studying folklore, mythical creatures, stuff like that. I'm a big believer in Bigfoot and Sasquatch, Loch Ness Monster, that kind of stuff. Here's the 2-2. This one drilled hard and deep to left center field. Drifting back is Surratt just in front of the warning track in left center field, makes the catch. Another hard hit ball for Garcia to left, this time being able to be caught by Surratt. And an unofficial 3-up, 3-down inning after JT Mix walked but was caught on the base paths after 4 from Sioux Falls. It's the Sasquatch 8, the Sunfish 6. Jorge Galindo back on the bump in his second inning of work. He is credited with all 3 outs of that 4th inning after Caleb Krantz allowed the first 2 on via the single. Those 2 runs did score while Galindo was on the mound. They are credited to Krantz, who himself allowed a single off of Ben Parker before a double play off the bat of Seth Surratt would clear the bases. Breaking ball misses low to Gage Ninnis to lead off the 5th inning. Here's the 1-0. Curveball coming in and hitting for a strike at the knees. Mississippi State just hit a solo home run. It's now 6-0 in the top of the 7th over Vanderbilt. And if they can hold on, they will win their first national championship. 1 ball, 2 strikes as a fastball is swung on and missed by Ninnis. Before the break, talking about mythical creatures, and I think that's going to kind of be my question of the day. So curveball is rolled over to third. Cricket Danielson was backing up, played it. He overthrows Jesus Licona at first. Ninnis on his way to second. JT Mix almost overthrows Benito Garcia, who makes the tag, but it's not in time. And E5 sends Ninnis over to second to lead off this 5th inning. That's the 2nd error of the game for Sioux Falls. Their 4th in 2 against this Spearfish team. The Sunfish in the field have not been all too hot. Allowed in the Hastings series, they allowed 4 errors in 3 games and now already have 4 through 2. It's Chandler Eibach, who struck out and walked so far in the game. Runner on second, no outs. The Sasquatch lead by 2. Slider hits at the knees for strike 1. And so what I was getting to is, are there any of you listeners out there who, yourself, you believe in Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Loch Ness Monster, that kind of stuff? The Rougarou, if you're a family member of Zaf Offpower, Jonathan Brandon, or even Norris McClure, the 3 Louisiana boys. A fastball's fouled to the back netting. Put it in the Mixlr chat. Tweet at myself, at David Coyer, or at the Sioux Falls Sunfish. Message us on Instagram. Put it in the YouTube live chat. Do you believe in werewolves? I'm not a big werewolf believer. I don't think there's actually guys who with the full moon turn into a dog beast. But it's more like, the Sasquatch, the Yeti, Bigfoot, who are basically the same thing. Fastball misses high, or like the Loch Ness Monster, that kind of stuff. Chupacabra. Not so sure if I believe necessarily that one, but is there anyone in the chat themselves who believe it? Wonder if anybody from Spearfish, how they got their name, the Sasquatch. A breaking ball is skyrocketed to the left side. Shallow outfield. Benito Garcia camps underneath it for out number 1. A pop-up to the shortstop brings up the other shortstop, Theo Hardy, who has flown out and grounded into a double play so far today. He steps up with 1 out, runner on second. Gage Dennis reached on the E5, an easy ground ball to Dylan Cricket Danielson that soared over the head of Jesus Licone. It's now 9-0. I turned my head for a second, and I believe another home run was hit by Mississippi State. But here in Sioux Falls, as a breaking ball misses away, 1-0. The Sunfish trail 8-6. Would a Neanderthal be considered a Sasquatch? That's a good question. Gonna go type that in the old Google machine as a changeup is swung on and missed by Hardy. Good question by Isaac Iverson. Oh, okay. That's what I thought a Neanderthal was. I'd say no. Fastball swung on and missed. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bigfoot, I don't think, is necessarily multiple beings. We're really diving deep into this mythical creature things today on the Sunfish broadcast. Diving into what is a Bigfoot, what is a Sasquatch. 1-2, poked into center field. That's dropping fast, and it drops in front of Tanner Wilson. Gets by him. Runners rounding third, heading home. The throw in, past the cutoff of Jesus Licone on the bounce. And it's now a 9-6 ball game as that one was poked into center field off the bat of Theo Hardy. Wondering if that's going to be given an error. It did land, but then it got by Tanner Wilson. Doesn't appear like an error is going to be given, as nothing really happened due to the error. So just a base hit for Theo Hardy, scores Gage Ninnis. It's now a 9-6 ball game. Runner goes, but this one's pulled over the head of Dylan Cricket Danielson into left field. Adonis Forte picks it up with his glove. The ball is caught off the bounce to Dylan Cricket Danielson. Another base hit, and things seem to be falling apart once again for the Sunfish, as there are now runners on first and third with just 1 away. Back to the, well, second baseman Johnny McHenry after Ryan Bachman poked that one in the left field. Jorge Galindo has just thrown 23 pitches as a pickoff attempt to first gets Theo Hardy a few feet down the third base line. 14 hits allowed by Sunfish pitching and Sunfish defense. This one rolled over to the first base side. Jesus Licone can't get it. It gets by JT Mix in the right field. Kenneth Dutka was about to fire it over to third to try and get Ryan Bachman, who slides in safely. Instead, holds on to it as to not send Johnny McHenry to second. Another single up the right side, and Jesus Licone on the slow rollers past him when it might be a diving play or something like that. He usually doesn't go and try and make a play on it. Almost just kind of rolls his head and lets it go into right field. Hit number 15 for the Sasquatch today. It's Ben Parker, who is singled each time up. He takes a curveball at the knees. Three hits, one error this inning for Spearfish. 2 runs have crossed. They've scored in all but the second inning. Runner going. Olsen throws it down to second. That bounces past JT Mix. The run's going to score easily on the throw, as Ryan Bachman was basically off after Olsen fired it down to second. The throw was not good. It bounced, and JT Mix could not get a glove on it, so a stolen base for Johnny McHenry. And now with 1 out, there's a runner on second, and it's now a 5-run ball game again. Two runs crossed in the first for Spearfish. The Sunfish cut the lead in half in the bottom of the second. In the top of the fourth inning, or top of the third inning, excuse me, the Sasquatch scored 4. Runner going down in the third. Olsen plays it, fires it down, and gets him. Johnny McHenry with the steal on the ball that bounced just to the right of Will Olsen. He made the stop, and from about a foot to the right of the left-handed batter's box, fired it down to third and got Johnny McHenry. So 2 outs, 2-1 count. This one pulled hard into left field. Adonis Forte only had to take 1 step in. He is lined right to him. That's the first time today that Ben Parker has been retired. And on the caught stealing, a lucky 2 outs forces the third out from Ben Parker. But the Sasquatch score 3 and bring this back to a 5-run ball game. 3 runs off 3 hits, 1 error. No one left on base for the Sasquatch. It's 11-6 as we head to the bottom of the 5th. Adonis Forte the second That's the first time I've said that all season, and the only reason I said that is because our PA announcer called him Adonis Forte II. I usually don't call him that. He asked just for Adonis Forte. Well, he takes a fastball over the press box off the first pitch he sees this game. He's in for Mitch Stroh, who went 1 for 2 after singling in the third and scoring. Well, it was Adonis Forte who scored, actually, on the pinch runner. A slider misses outside. One to Forte with no outs here in the fifth inning. He's the leadoff batter. It's Forte, Kenneth Dutka, and Will Olson here in the fifth inning. Forte, the only lefty now in the lineup for Sioux Falls. Takes a breaking ball outside on the curveball. It's 3 balls and 1 strikes from Juan Malera. Malera making his Spearfish debut. Fastball misses outside. And Forte in his first at-bat leads off with a walk.
Now batting for right fielder, number 1, Kenneth Dutka.
The Sasquatch have pulled away and made this a 5-run ball game. After scoring 2 in the fourth, they'd made it just a 2-run ball game. Sunfish had tied it up off 6 hits in the third, 5 runs crossing that time. Dutka takes a fastball high. Forte leads the team with stolen bases. 15 on the season. Dutka has to duck out of the way of a fastball high and in. 2 balls, no strikes now to Kenneth Dutka. He singled and scored. Was one of 6 who got a hit in that third inning. Throw over to first, no tag, as Charles McAdoo's pulled off the base. 2 runs in the first, 4 in the third, 2 in the fourth, and 3 in the fifth. It's only the second inning that had eluded Spearfish as they hold an 11-6 lead. Fastball misses high from Malera. Starting off the game for Spearfish was Hunter Runyon, who went 3 innings, allowed 8 hits, all 6 of the earned runs today for Sioux Falls. Kick and deliver. Fastball on a delayed strike call hits the outer part of the zone. It's 3 balls and 1 strike to Dutka. No walks have been allowed yet today, they weren't by Runyon. 2 have been issued by Malera, excuse me. And it's the walk that yesterday helped the Sunfish greatly. A fastball is swung on and missed this time by Kenneth Dutka, and the count's full. Based on a graphic that was just shown on the TV, Mississippi State currently tossing a combined no-hitter through 6 1/3 against Vanderbilt. The payoff pitch, a fastball, gets Dutka looking on the outside corner. He was up, 3 balls, no strikes, ends up getting rung up with a fastball on the outside. That's the first strikeout in a Spearfish uniform for Juan Malera. And it's Will Olson, who doubled to clear the bases of Adonis Forte and Kenneth Dutka in the third. He now just has Adonis Forte at first with 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Forte dancing at first, draws the attention, and a throw from Malera. Two runners have already been caught on the base pass for Sioux Falls today. Tanner Wilson stealing and JT Mix on a pickoff attempt. First pitch, a breaking ball high. It's 1 ball, no strike to Will Olson. A long check at first to Forte, and a curveball swung in front of by Will Olson makes it a 1-1 count. And this kind of was one of the scenarios that I brought up early on in the broadcast, as where the Sunfish get down, and then they're down for some of the game before coming back and making it a close game. A hard hit ball straight into the glove of Hardy, who fires it over to first, dug out by McAdoo with the 6 unassisted 3 double play. An unofficial 3 up, 3 down as Adonis Forte walked but was out number 1 of that double play. No runs, cross off, no hits, no errors. No one left on base for Sioux Falls. After 5 full from Karras Park, it's the Spearfish Sasquatch 11, the Sioux Falls Sunfish 6. Seth Surratt will lead off the 6th inning for Spearfish. And it's been a night here in Karras Park. 11 runs off 15 hits for the Sasquatch. The Sunfish had pulled it to a tie game in the 3rd inning before 5 unanswered has made it a 5-run ball game. 6 runs off 8 hits for Sioux Falls. And Jorge Galindo's night is done. He only makes it 2 innings. Very short nights for pitchers tonight for Sioux Falls. Haven't seen that often. 3 runs cross off 6 hits. Only 2 earned runs allowed by Galindo. No walks, no strikeouts. It's Asante Wilson. Throws an 86-mile-an-hour fastball just off the edge of the plate for ball 1. One thing that the Sunfish have taken pride on is that, well, they don't necessarily go deep into their bullpen in most games. Usually roughly 2 pitchers. Occasionally having to use that 3rd one as a fastball high makes it a 2-ball, no-strike count. And Asante Wilson with a 31.50 ERA is behind 2-0 before hitting that fastball on the outside corner to Seth Surratt, who has not reached yet today. A 6'3 fielder's choice that scored Ben Parker. 4-3 ground out, and then a 6-4-3 double play. The 2-1, 88-mile-an-hour fastball just off the plate. It's 3 balls, 1 strike. Wilson came in with a 3-2 lead in Friday's game against the Hastings Sodbusters before allowing 5 runs off 3 hits through 1 2/3 innings. He throws another fastball that misses, and Seth Surratt reaches for the first time today with a walk. It's Charles McAdoo, who walked in the first inning, doubled and scored in the third, and singled in the fourth, who steps up with no outs and a runner on first. A curveball gets all the way to the backstop as it goes over the head of McAdoo, who's just kind of standing there, and that curveball was not working the other day for Asante, and tonight it's still not working in the exact same way. In his first batter faced on Friday, he got an 0-2 count before throwing that curveball, and he actually hit the batter. He hit 3 on Friday. And with those 5 runs, the Sodbusters ended up winning the game 7-3. A fastball hits at the knees to McAdoo. One 2/3 innings pitched. He was awarded the loss after Griffin Hassel had just allowed 2 runs through 2 innings. A hard hit ball into right field rolls all the way up to the wall. Kenneth Dutka lets it bounce. He struggles to pick it up. The run scoring. McAdoo takes a hard round around second. He's caught off. Lecone's covering. Cannot make a tag at second. Surratt scores all the way from first. Actually, second. I forgot to mark that he had gone. And now the Sunfish kind of just throwing the ball all around in the infield. He got away from Wilson, went all the way into foul territory on the third base side, and luckily Will Olson was paying attention. McAdoo drives in a run and gets all the way to second. We'll see what the official scoring on that one was. They're giving it just a straight-up double as it rolled off the wall. And now it's a 6-run ball game, the largest lead of the game for the Sasquatch. And Nicky Winterstein, with no outs, has a runner in scoring position. Fastball right down the pipe. Makes it an 0-1 count. No runs off no hits, 3 errors for Vanderbilt. So still the combined no-hitter in effect, as the Mississippi State Bulldogs still lead 9-0. Here's the 0-1. Curveball away. I think that's beneficial for Asante, that this Sodbuster, or not Sodbusters, excuse me. Sodbusters is who he lost to on Friday. The Sasquatch are a bunch of lefties because, well, when his curveball misses, here's the pitch. The throw down to third as the runner was stealing. McAdoo has to grab third as he had a very hard slide in. He swipes third base, and now there's just another run 90 feet away for the Sasquatch. And I think Asante is benefiting again from the lefty lineup, as his curveball likes to miss in the right-handed batter's box. Again, he hit 3 batters on Friday. His fastball just misses outside. It's 3 balls, 1 strike. Winterstein singled 3 times, but on his last single, had a hard round around first on the hard throw to third by Kenneth Dutka. Fastball misses high and away. Another walk. If I'm not mistaken, and I could be looking into this too much, pretty sure I saw Gannon Thompson make his way down to the to the bullpen. I don't know if that was to relay a message. Maybe he's warming up. Thompson did get recruited to Michigan State as a pitcher. He did pitch a bit this fall for the Spartans. nothing during the actual baseball season. Wilson with a fastball almost hits Gage Ninnis. Ninnis led off that 5th inning, reaching on an E5, and well, that was a costly E5 as 3 runs would end up scoring. Runners at the corners, no outs. Sasquatch lead 12-6. 86-mile-an-hour fastball misses at the ankles. Wilson has now thrown 15 pitches, 11 of which have been balls, 4 have been strikes. The 2-0, hard foul into the back netting. But so if Gannon Thompson, who I think is actually up and tossing around, smart by Walker Bullington. It's a 6-run ball game. Why waste some of your other bullpen arms, some of which might not even be ready at this point, as it's been a long week. This series in the middle of 13 straight games played by the Sunfish after Monday's game against the Moo took out one of Sioux Falls' off days. 2 balls, 1 strike now. The pitch, fastball in. So if Thompson's out there, that'd be his first appearance on the mound this season. He doesn't pitch anymore at Michigan State, or he's, I don't think, planning to. As out there, he said, well, he pitched a little bit in the fall. His velocity and control just wasn't there. 89 miles an hour, bounces in the dirt. Asante Wilson walks the bases loaded. And he said, well, they wanted him to pitch, and they kind of just changed up their minds. He played a little bit out in the outfield and was a little bit better out there than he was on the mound, and couldn't hit too much either. And so now he's just a PO at Michigan State, as there's going to be an infield meeting as Will Olson called time, and now the entire infield is coming in with the bases loaded, no outs. From what I've been told by some of the pitchers in the bullpen, Jacob Lassier and even bullpen catcher Carter Tibbetts, well, catcher Carter Tibbetts, but when he's out in the bullpen catcher Carter Tibbetts, they work with Asante. He's got the velocity. He lacks the control, lacks the composure on the mound. And, well, what Jacob always tells me is he tells Asante, just breathe. I think that's what Asante struggles the most with. And you can kind of see it in his body language when he's out there. When he misses a lot, he gets a bit frustrated. 12 runs off 16 hits. This inning, just the double from McAdoo. Otherwise, all 3 of the other base runners have reached via the walk. 89-mile-an-hour fastball misses high to Chandler Eibach. Eibach's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout, and then a walk. Here's the 1-0 from Wilson. Swung on and missed on the 89-mile-an-hour. And there appears to be what might be the first hit allowed by Mississippi State pitching. There's a base runner for Vanderbilt. Bottom of the 8th inning, 1 out. It's still a 9-0 ball game. Wilson steps off with a 1-1 count. It's the top of the 6th inning, no outs, as the first 4 have reached on Asante Wilson's first inning of work. Here's the 1-1. Fastball taken high, but out of play, and this is the first count that Asante Wilson has been ahead in. That foul ball presented by Keg Chicken. Order it, eat it, crave it. Keg Chicken. The sun setting on Karras Park. Few streaks of light, one just in front of the pitcher's mound and shining on the back of Wilson. Here's the 1-2. Fastball in, just misses. There's a streak of light in right field. One just in shallow center field, a long one that actually extends all the way into left field, even into foul territory, and a few up the third base and first base line. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This one taken into right center field off the bat of Ibach. One run's going to score. Here comes number 2 as the ball's picked up on the warning track in center field. Runners are going to stop at second and third, and a no-out double by Chandler Ibach puts 2 more on the board. McAdoo scored easily from third. Winterstein from second. Gage Ninnis just stops at third base. And now there's 2 more runners in scoring position. It's a 14-6 ball game. And that looks like it's all she wrote for Asante Wilson. And sure enough, Gannon Thompson will be coming in at pitcher. No outs in the top of the 6th inning. 3 have already crossed. We'll see what Gannon Thompson can do in his first inning of work when we return on the Sunfish Radio Network and the Sunfish live stream on YouTube. Gannon Thompson's first batter faced will be Theo Hardy, who singled and scored in the 5th. The Sasquatch have scored in every inning except the 2nd, and Thompson inherits runners on 2nd and 3rd, given to him by Asante Wilson, who could not record an out here in the top of the 6th. Thompson gets an 88-mile-an-hour fastball swinging at the knees of Theo Hardy. Thompson's first appearance this season on the mound, and as I was talking about when he was warming up in the bullpen, was recruited to Michigan State as a pitcher. Gets a curveball that rolls away from Will Olson, and at third base, Gage Ninnis was about to take off, and there was no showing whether that was a dead ball or there was no stop sign held up by Theo Hardy at all, as third base coach for the Sasquatch is coming in asking if that hit him. I think Will Olson is also asking if it hit him. Seems to be confusion on either what the count is. Nope, it's 1-1. Given by home plate umpire Anthony Atkinson. I think the confusion was whether or not Theo Hardy got hit on that breaking ball inside. Gannon Thompson's got a big smile on his face. Hits the sign from Olson, nods, and delivers. Fastball, skyrocketed, left center field. Tanner Wilson coming over, making the catch, and the tag from Ninnis. The throw just coming into third. As Ninnis scores easily, that's the 4th run of the inning. The 2nd time this game, the Sasquatch have scored 4 in a single inning. Just the first out of the game, or inning, excuse me, on the sac fly to center field. We're back to the top of the order. Ryan Bachman, Johnny McHenry, Ben Parker due up. With 10:26 remaining in the second quarter, the Suns lead the Clippers by 4. It's 38-34. Devin Booker for the Suns has 9 points. And from what I've been told, and we'll give you the update in just a moment, this isn't the only high-scoring game in the Expedition League. The first pitch to Bachman is taken out of play. 17 hits have been allowed to the Sasquatch. I'm going to take a long dive through my notes because if I'm not mistaken, that's the most allowed in any game this season by Sunfish pitching. Here's the 0-1. Slider outside. So far, I haven't really seen any double digits as of recent. Sioux Valley, there was 14 allowed in the 10-9 Sunfish victory. 18 hits. There we are. Grounder up the middle. Diving stop by Garcia. Fires over to first. The stretch from Licone, not in time. Bachman ran that out and beat it by just about half a step. An infield single on the nice stop by Garcia sends Chandler Eibach over to third. So now it's tied for the most hits allowed by the Sunfish pitching. And we're only in the 6th inning. In that game between Sioux Falls and Sioux Valley, there were 31 combined runs scored. Well, we're just 10 less than that. Again, still only in the 6th inning. A fastball hits the inside corner. Johnny McHenry walked and scored, hit a solo home run, so scored, singled and scored, and then singled before being caught stealing at third. Here's the 0-1. Curveball hits him. So Johnny McHenry has reached every single time this game. And now the bases are loaded with just one away. And it's not going to be Ben Parker. Correction, it is going to be Ben Parker. For some reason, I read that as 24 on his back. In fact, it's number 28, which is Ben Parker. He was first retired to end the 5th inning with a line out to left field. Fastball misses low on the first pitch from Thompson. Parker did a weird thing when coming up to the plate. He kind of almost went down and did a bit of a push-up or just got down. A high chopper to a charging Garcia. He can't make the play as the ball fell into his glove. And E6 scores another run. That's the 3rd error of the game. And the Spearfish Sasquatch have officially gone through their entire order. Chandler Eibach scores. We're back to Seth Surratt, who led off this inning and walked and scored. Everyone who has had the opportunity to score has, except Theo Hardy. 89 miles an hour fastball hits at the knees. Ryan Bachman now on third. Johnny McHenry on second. Ben Parker on first. Here's the 0-1 to Surratt. Taking off the end of the bat over our press box. Off the building to our left, which is the Augustana Football Complex. Surratt, McAdoo, Winterstein, Ninnis, Eibach have all scored. A ground ball down the first base line past the glove of Jesus Licone. That's going to roll all the way to the bullpen. One run's going to score. Here comes number 2 before Kenneth Dutka picks it up and throws it in. There had been originally no fair or foul ball call as home plate umpire Anthony Atkinson tripped over Will Olson behind the plate to see if it was fair or foul. It was clearly, I thought it was fair. Foul ball was called. Oh, wow. Atkinson tripped over Olson, didn't have a clear look at it, and I never saw him make a fair or foul ball call, but here comes Surratt all the way back from second. Everyone else is heading back to their respective bases, and it's no balls and 2 strikes now to Surratt. The ground ball looked like it went over first base and then off the glove of Licone, which if it goes off of first base, it is a fair ball. And Licone, who was in fair, touched it as well. Breaking ball misses high. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. By all rules of definition, that looked like it was a fair ball. Called by foul by Atkinson. A lucky break for the Sunfish. Here's the 1-2. Curveball misses high. Thompson shaking at that one. Is curveball not looking like it has much break on it. He's got the velocity on it, especially not having pitched in a live ball game. Well, since fall ball, 89-mile-an-hour fastball misses low and in, and just like that, Surratt is back to a full count after being down 0-2. Here's the payoff. This one drilled high, but way foul. $16 runs, 18 hits. It's a total of 22 runs have crossed. And a total of 26 hits, which are on track for being a new season high total in a Sunfish game. Here's the payoff again. Swung on and missed. The fastball got him high. Surratt punches himself in the side of the head, frustrated with himself. That was interesting as he's strikeout victim number 1 from Thompson and out number 2 in this 5-run 6th inning. Charles McAdoo doubled and now takes one past the glove of JT Mix. 1 run scores. Tanner Wilson picks it up. Here comes run number 2. It's cut off by Benito Garcia at second, and a 2-out single by Charles McAdoo. Scores Ryan Bachman and Johnny McHenry, and now there's runners at the corners with 2 away. It's now an 18-6 ball game. Once again, the highest for combined runs in a Sunfish game this season is 31. It came into the 18-13 loss to Souris Valley. And it's 33 hits is also the combined high in a Sunfish game this season. They have officially allowed more hits than any game in this inaugural season. Pitch misses to Nicky Winterstein. It just seems like Winterstein just crossed and is now already back up at the plate. 7 runs have scored in this 6th inning. Fastball in, hits, and makes the count 1-1. So we're currently sitting at 27 total hits, 24 total runs. Here's the 1-1. 86 in. Misses just inside. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Seems like that's been a strike for part of the game, but I guess not. Two balls, 1 strike. Thompson checks at first before delivering a changeup high. Again, he's got the velocity behind it, throwing harder than even some relief pitchers, even on his breaking stuff. His fastball topping at what most of the Sunfish starters are. 83 miles an hour on the changeup. Gets Winterstein to chase, and it's now a full count with 2 outs. McAdoo at first will be off on the pitch. Ben Parker will stay put at third. Delivery, runner goes. He lost him. McAdoo takes second via the walk, and Winterstein has walked twice in this inning. The bases are back loaded, and it's Gage Ninnis. Ninnis walked and scored in this inning already. He scored last inning as well. He swings and foul tips a fastball. Now seems like a good time as any to quick take a trip around the expedition. Actually, I might wait as Ninnis is down 0-2 as he swings on an 89-mile-an-hour fastball. Bottom of the ninth inning in the College World Series championship game. Ninnis gets a piece of this one this time into the back netting. Bottom of the ninth, Mississippi State leads 9-0. They no longer have the combined no-hitter. There's still yet to be one in a College World Series final game. Fastball just misses the lower outside corner. Thompson, as well as some of the Sunfish infield, were on their way in thinking that he had just rung up his second batter this inning. This time a fastball misses high. Here's the 2-2. Foul to the back netting once again. 7 runs have crossed so far this inning off 4 hits and just 1 error. That's right. 4 hits this inning have scored all of these runs. The walk has killed the Sunfish this inning as another fastball is fouled off. Good at bat by Ninnis. Or excuse me, this is no longer Ninnis. This is Sanchez. Pinch hitting this at bat. Here's the 2-2. Grounded right side. That's through for a base hit. 1 run's going to score. Here comes McAdoo. Well, instead he just takes a soft round around third as Kenneth Duck on the charge and a nice throw on the 1-hop to Will Olson. And so Sanchez, in his pinch hit, comes in and drives in a run. McAdoo's at third. Nicky Winterstein's at second. Sanchez at first as the fastball misses low and away. Chandler Eibach doubled and scored already in this 6th inning. Fastball misses high and away. We're in danger of going through this lineup twice, and at that point, my scorebook's just going to be all messed up. Here's the 2-0. Fastball, it's the outside corner, and I'm not sure what the difference between that one and some of these other low and outside pitches have been. That one even looked lower than usual. The 2-1. Driven hard down the left field line, pulled just a bit too much. It hooks into the beer garden. It's now a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Jacob Sanchez kept the inning alive, battling back. He's now officially pinch hit for Gage Ninnis. Sanchez was in the game last night. 86-mile-an-hour fastball misses high, and we're at a full count again. Sun is officially set here in Sioux Falls. The runners go, and the ball is poked out of play. Trade Turner in the MLB on his birthday has hit for the cycle for the 3rd time in his career. That's fun. The Brewers give up 7 in the top of the 1st, but rally to beat the Chicago Cubs and complete the sweep after a 15-7 victory today. Here's the payoff. The runners go. Another foul ball. And Mississippi State is 1 out away from winning the College World Series. Mississippi State alum Dak Prescott, the Dallas Cowboys quarterback, in attendance, cheering on his team. Payoff pitch again, runners go. This one drilled hard into right center field. Dutka drifting back, makes the catch, and the nightmare is over. The Spearfish Sasquatch score 8 runs in the 6th inning. 5 hits, 1 error, 3 left on base. It's now 19-6 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Sunfish have a long way to go if they want to come back in this one, but the Mississippi State Bulldogs have completed their dream of winning a national championship. They shut out Vanderbilt 9-0 and take 2 games after dropping game 1 of the College World Series final. Tanner Wilson takes a curveball inside. It's 1 ball, no strikes. But the Mississippi State Bulldogs win the College World Series, beating Vanderbilt. Here's the 1-0 from Malera. Tanner Wilson pops it up over the back netting and out of play for a 1-1 count. That foul ball presented by Keg Chicken. Order it, eat it, crave it. The Spearfish Sasquatch, another breaking ball, misses low. It's 2-1, excuse me. 8 runs off 5 hits and 1 error in that nightmare of an inning for Sioux Falls, which saw 2 pitchers. Gannon Thompson making his season debut on the mound. Fastball misses in. It's 3 balls and 1 strike to Tanner Wilson, who's already singled today. Here's the 3-1. Drills this one high and deep to left center field. That's carrying well, but Seth Surratt, just in front of the warning track, makes the catch. A lot of hard hit balls to left center field today. All of them dying just at the warning track. Seth Surratt's been busy. Tanner Wilson is retired for out number 1 here in the 6th inning. Throughout the rest of the Expedition League, the Badlands Big Sticks from Mike Lansing Field in Casper, Wyoming, lead by 1 over the Horseheads. The curveball misses low and in to Jesus Licone. Big Sticks lead 4-3. From Oregon Trail Park Stadium, the Western Nebraska Pioneers trail by 7 as a curveball bounces up and hits Anthony Atkinson on the inside leg. Just by his initial reaction when that hit him, probably didn't feel too good. 2 balls, no strikes to Licone. The Whiskey Jacks lead the Pioneers 10-3. From historic Moeller Field, the Hastings Sodbusters lead the Fremont Moose 7-6 in the top of the 7th inning. Here's the 2-0. Fastball high and in. Licone ahead 3-0. The Canyon County Spuds and the Mining City Tommyknockers are tied at 3 in the top of the 3rd from 3 Legends Field. And poor Pier Trappers, the 3-0. Fastball right down the plate. My good friend Tyler Katz sent a text message that the Saber Dogs almost went through their entire order twice in 1 inning. Here's the 3-1. It almost hits Licone. He's brushed back, showing off a little bit of those dance moves. He draws the 1-out walk. But the Saber Dogs lead the Pier Trappers 18-1 from Corbett Field in Minot. So while I can say I somewhat feel their pain, the Trappers' pain, and my good buddy Tyler Katz, well, not as much, because the Sunfish have at least scored 6 and not just held to 1 run today. It's Dane Frazier now. He takes a fastball high and away from Juan Malera. Frazier singled to score Jesus Licone in the 2nd inning. Flew out to end that 3rd inning, which the Sunfish tied it up at 6 apiece. And, well, since then, 13 unanswered runs by the Spearfish Sasquatch. The 1-0 misses high. 20 hits, 19 runs for Spearfish. And it's just as fun in person as you guys listening at home to witness. If you're a Sunfish fan, the 2-0 swung on and missed. Going to take a look through. Well, just there. No, it's not. I was going to say, I wonder if this is the most runs scored by the Sasquatch this season. Changeup misses high. It's 3 balls, 1 strike. Back on May 29th, The Sasquatch beat the Canyon County Spuds 22-11. So 33 runs scored in that game. Currently, we're just at 25. Fastball misses high, and back-to-back walks issued by Malera. In his season debut for the Sasquatch, Malera, well, he's looked pretty good. He's had back-to-back unofficial 3-up, 3-down innings. This is the first time he's gone through 4 batters. He's now allowed 4 walks on the day, striking out just 1. As there's going to be an infield meeting on the mound before Malera goes through Dylan Cricket Danielson for the second time. 22 runs scored for the Sasquatch on May 29th. They scored 13 on June 20th. And so, yeah, they really haven't had many double-digit scores. They did score 12 and 13 on back-to-back nights, June 11th and 12th. Otherwise, 19, the second most runs scored in a game by the Sasquatch. 6 is nowhere near the season high for Sioux Falls. Well, they got 2 runners on with just 1 out. Cricket Danielson takes the ball inside. Sun is officially down. The lights are on at Karras Park. And we're just in the bottom of the 6th inning with 1 away. Cricket Danielson swings through a changeup. Makes it an even 1 count. Decent amount of fans here at Karras Park tonight. It's cooled off just a bit. 78 here in Sioux Falls. Game was started around 86 or 82, was it? Pitch misses low. Well, what do you know? Forgot to write it down. It's a nice cool night though. The wind's still blowing in from left field. Bit of a stronger breeze than it was earlier on. A 2-1 good take by Dylan Cricket Danielson. Those curveballs low and away are what he likes to chase. He had about a half swing. No appeal on that one. And a very good take as he's ahead now 3-1. Here's the pitch. Fastball high. And the bases have been walked loaded with 1 out. Lee Cone on third. Frazier on second. Cricket Danielson on first for JT Mix. And we're going to have a mound visit and a call to the bullpen. We'll see who it is when we return here on the Sioux Falls Sunfish Radio Network and the Sunfish live stream on YouTube. We're back in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's 19-6. Sasquatch over the Sunfish. That's right, 19-6 in the bottom of the 6th inning. 1 out, bases loaded for JT Mix. We had a pitching change, and in just a moment I'll get to who that is for you. He threw a curveball low. And it's 1 ball, no strikes. Dante Schmid from San Jose State University, making his 8th appearance this season. Now throws a fastball high to Mix. Juan Malera in his first game for the Spearfish Sasquatch. Had a nice outing. Mix fouls one to the back netting. It's 2-1. 2 1/3 innings pitched. No hits, no runs, no earned runs, obviously. 5 walks and 1 strikeout. The 3 walks this inning made it the first non-unofficial 3-up, 3-down inning for Malera. Curveball misses low and away. It's 3 balls, 1 strike. All 3 of these runners, if they score, will be credited to Malera. Right now it's JT Schmid, the 3-1. Line directly back at Theo Hardy, who throws it to second, but it gets away. Lee Cohn's going to score. Frazier's on his way to third. They almost caught Dane Frazier off of second. Instead, they throw the ball away. So an L6 followed by an E6 will score Lee Cohn and advance Frazier to third, excuse me. It's now 19-7, which, well, in football terms is either 2 touchdowns without the extra point or 4 field goals, depending on how you want to look at it. That's right, we've gotten to such a deficit that it's football score time. Benito Garcia takes the fastball low. Schmid with a 7.56 ERA through 16 2/3 innings pitched. Well, now a full 17 on the out by JT Mix. He started twice, allowed 16 walks and 13 strikeouts. He's behind 2-0 to Benito Garcia. Last time he pitched was on the 24th in a 16-3 loss to the Badlands Big Sticks for the Sasquatch. 3 2/3, 6 runs, 5 of them earned off 5 hits. For Schmid, here's the 2-0. Hits Benito Garcia in the head. Wow, that's scary. The catcher Chandler Eibach making sure Garcia's okay. He tosses the bat hard and bounces past a dancing Walker Bullington. Garcia gives a little "my bad" as Walker Bullington thought that Garcia may be a little frustrated. Or I would be too if I got hit in the head, but whew! After getting hit in the head, it almost looked like Walker was about to get hit with the bat. 2 outs, bases loaded again. Schmid puts himself back in the jam. It's now Adonis Forte, who walked and was out one of a double play. He takes a changeup for a strike across the plate. The Suns lead the Clippers 63-57 with a minute remaining in the first half. The 0-1, a curveball misses low. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. The reason I bring up the football scores is, well, when I walked into the other press box in between innings, just to kind of chat a little bit while the change was happening, a chopper to short. Hardy tosses it to McHenry for out number 3. We'll get to that in just a moment as Adonis Forte grounds into the 6-4 fielder's choice to end the inning. Benito Garcia's retired. 1 run crosses off, no hits, 1 error, 2 left on base for the Sioux Falls Sunfish. It's now 19-7 after 6. Gannon Thompson. His night is done after just one inning of relief, coming in after Asante Wilson walked the bases loaded. Asante allowed 2 hits, 5 runs, all of them earned, 3 walks, no strikeouts. Thompson came in, pitched all 3 outs, allowed 3 hits, 3 runs, none of them were earned, 2 walks and a strikeout. So Thompson's ERA remains at 0, and it's a 19-7 ball game. Again, just a 4 field goal game, as Norris McClure gets a foul tip off the bat of Theo Hardy into the glove of Will Olson. I was about to say it's the top of the 8th, but nope. We just went last inning into my 7th inning as we batted through the lineup almost twice. Went 5 batters into the lineup again. 14 plate appearances last inning. The 1-1 is skyrocketed into left center field. Forte, calling off Wilson, makes the catch for out number 1. And, well, the story I was getting to before the end of the 6th inning was we're talking about football, and the reason it was brought up is because, well, Dylan Cricket Danielson, who walked, he was teammates with Kyler Murray his freshman year at Oklahoma. First pitch, grounded to Garcia, plays it off the hop, fires it to Lee Cohn. Lee Cohn's pulled off the base, but he keeps his toe on just long enough to get the out, and Ryan Bachman is retired on the 6-3. 2 up, 2 down for Norris McClure. Where has he been all season? That's right, he's been killing it at the plate and at third base, shortstop, second base. He's played all 3 of them. He's a 2-way player now on the mound. And it's Johnny McHenry, the true test, at the plate with 2 outs. McHenry drives this one high, deep off the bat to right field. Kenneth Dutka able to find that one, and Johnny McHenry is retired off the first pitch, and a roaring crowd approval here at Karras Park. Norris McClure is met by his entire team in the dugout. He goes 3 up, 3 down in his first inning of work. This is the first inning since the second that the Sasquatch have been held scoreless. It's still 19-17 though, and it's stretching time from Karras Park. Kenneth Dutka will lead things off against J.T. Schmid, who closed out the 6th inning and slammed the door on the Sunfish. A fastball misses the outside corner, gets away from Chandler Eibach for ball 1. So the Sasquatch have been held scoreless in their first inning since the second. They've scored in the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Dutka takes one out of play over the football complex. 2 runs in the first, 4 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 3 in the fifth, 8 runs in that dreaded 6th inning. And it's the 6th inning for the Sunfish that continues to be that problem. They allowed 8 last week in their 11-1 loss against the Pier Trappers. A fastball misses just inside. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the 2-1. Grounded, first base side. Sanchez plays it off the hop, tosses it. The foot race is won by Schmid, and a 3-1 putout leads it off in the bottom of the 7th inning. And it's Will Olson, who's the anti-beer batter, who every inning that he gets a hit, it's $1 off beers for the rest of the inning, or rest of the game. Not sure how that works. Fremont, I know they do it rest of the inning. But Olson already got his double in the 3rd, later scored. But it's 19-7. As a curveball hits the outside corner for strike 1. Olson is 1 for 3 today. There's some Sasquatch players. This time a curveball misses high. That looked like that was just squeezed a bit too tight by Schmid. There's some Sasquatch players. Ryan Bachman, 1 to be exact. The 1-1 check swing. Fastball misses inside. A late strike call. As a strike looking, as Ibach didn't hear the strike call and was asking for the appeal on the swing. Just wanted to get that strike call. Well, it was a called strike. Here's the 1-2. Curveball misses high. It's an even 2-2 count. Ryan Bachman has had 6 plate appearances today. He's 3 for 6. The only one he hasn't gotten a plate appearance in is the 3rd inning. The 2-2 misses low. It's now a full count. Here's the windup and the delivery on the payoff. Grounded back up into him. Olson's going to go take it himself, knock it back to himself, and hand it to Anthony Atkinson. Well, on the Fish Tank podcast today, with myself and Walker Bullington, we had Zeph Hoffpower and Jonathan Brandon on. And in the later part of the episode, we're talking about baseball a little bit more than we had for most of it. The payoff pitch misses low and away, and Will Olson draws the 1-out walk. And, well, we were talking about myself, or at least they were talking about me. Tanner Wilson steps up with 1 out and a runner on first. They were talking about me. I've taken BP twice with the team. The first time, it did not go all too well. I struck out during batting practice. Yeah, no, that's not possible, but guess what? I did it. Swung and missed on 3 straight pitches as a sweeping curveball misses in the left-handed batter's box to Wilson. I struck out the first time. This past time I did it, I only missed 1 ball. Otherwise, I put everything else into play. Now, it's nothing too powerful. I grounded it out every time. Another pitch misses in the dirt. It's 2 balls, no strikes. And I do hit it to the right side. I'm a righty. I hit it to the right side, and Walker said on the podcast today, well, I don't think that's necessarily by choice. And I'm just like, no, I just have a bad swing. I'm just bad at hitting. The 2-0 fastball at the knees makes it a 2-1 count. And, well, all 3 of them, and Walker said, well, David, you're still in college. And I said, yeah, I am. I still have collegiate eligibility, I'm pretty sure. Don't know necessarily how that works. He's like, well, you're in college. That's all that matters. He said I should sign a temp contract at some point this season. Fastball misses in. It's 3 balls and 1 strike to Wilson. And he said I should sign a temp contract and that I will get an at-bat this season, a live at-bat in Expedition League Baseball. The 3-1 misses away, and it's back-to-back walks with 1 out for JT Schmid. Brings up Jesus Licone, who walked and scored on the E6 last inning. It's still 19-7. Sunfish have not been too strong at the plate. They haven't gotten a hit since the third inning. They've walked in every inning since the fourth. The fourth inning they walked. Fifth they walked. Had 3 walks and a hit by pitch last inning. First pitch to Licone. It misses for a ball. Now there's been 2 walks here in the 7th, but they have not recorded a hit since the third inning. Here's the 1-0. Fastball hits for a strike. And well, he said I can get a live at bat, and I said, well, you're not going to get much out of that. I haven't taken a live at bat swing since I was probably, 17 years old. Licone laces one, hooking into the Sunfish bullpen. It's now 1 ball, 2 strikes. So it's been about probably 5 or 6 years since I've taken a live at bat, and I didn't play travel ball. I didn't play high school ball. Didn't play Legion ball. I just played Little League until I was about 17. Was never all too good at baseball. Still loved the sport. Here's the 1-2. Misses away. And so when he said that, I'm just like, well, I mean, I can try. And I told him, I'm just like, honestly, you'd probably get more out of me being a pitcher. On the radar gun, I threw a first pitch here as Licone rolls over one down the third base line. That's a fair ball. Olsen is scoring. Here comes Wilson rounding third. The throw in from Surratt is just going to be cut off. No relay. And Jesus Licone gets a 2 RBI double with 1 out here in the 7th. That's the first base hit since the third inning. Licone is now at a triple and a single in this game, or triple and a double, excuse me. And it's now Dane Frazier with 1 out and a runner on second. It's just a 10-run ball game. Touchdown, extra point, and a field goal. It's all the Sunfish need to come back in this one. But on a first pitch, I hit 55 on the radar gun here at Karras Park. And then just goofing around the other day, no warming up or anything. 81 mile an hour fastball hits the lower outside corner. And the other day I threw out my arm, no warm up or anything, threw 65, which I know is in no way, shape, or form fast. But at least maybe that could fool some hitters, as a fastball now misses at the ankles to Dane Frazier, who's 1 for 2 today with a single and a flyout. Walked and made it to third in the 6th inning. Here's the 1-1 from Schmid. Gets away from Eibach. There goes Licone over to third. Eibach going to play it off the rebound, but does not throw it down to third. And now Jesus Licone is just 90 feet away from making this a single-digit ball game. 19 runs off 20 hits for the Spearfish Sasquatch. 9 runs off 9 hits for the Sunfish. 4 combined errors between the two teams. 3 for the Sunfish as Frazier pokes one down the right field line, but foul, almost hit first base coach Tyler Olmstead. Another foul ball presented by Keg Chicken. Order it, eat it, crave it. Keg Chicken. Schmid's going to come in asking for a new ball. But look out, Sunfish fans. David Coyer might be making an appearance sometime this season. I'm a man of many hats. Broadcaster, podcast co-host, first base coach against Fremont on Monday. I was having some technical difficulties and was not able to broadcast. And in the 8th and 9th inning, I coached first base. I haven't gotten promoted to third yet. That's still hitting coach Lane Hubdy's turf. The 2-2. Swung on and fouled by Frazier. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, runner on third here in the bottom of the 7th inning, and Dane Frazier is rung up on a fastball and a very elongated punch out by home plate umpire Anthony Atkinson. Out number 2 comes on a strikeout looking to Dane Frazier. That's the first for JT Schmidt, an ice cream paint job. The new walk-up song for Dylan Cricket Danielson. This is the first I get to actually hear it. I was not paying attention the first couple at-bats. Curveball from Schmidt misses high. Here's the 1-0. Misses low. Cricket Danielson tells Lee Cohn to stay at third, even though the ball didn't get away from Ibach at all. A 10-run ball game here in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Sunfish have scored 2. They have scored 3 now in the past 2 innings, and 3 straight balls have been thrown to Dylan Cricket Danielson, who walked back in the 6th inning. Been a long time since the Sunfish tied it up back in the 3rd inning at 6-6. And since then, a lot has happened, including a fastball low that walks Dylan Cricket Danielson on 4 straight pitches. It'll bring JT Mix up, who singled and scored in the 3rd, walked but was caught in the rundown in the 4th and lined out to short in the 6th. He steps up with 2 outs, runners at the corners. Schmidt is the first righty that the Sunfish have seen all day, as JT Mix fouls one out of play. And while they haven't done all too well against Schmidt, I mean, 2 runs have crossed. They've just drawn the walks. Seeing the ball maybe a bit better. Allowing just 8 hits through 5 innings were the lefties. 8 hits through 6 innings, actually. 80 miles an hour, misses low in the dirt outside. It's an even 1-1 count. The 9th inning of the ball game coming off the bat of Jesus Lee Cohn, a double in this inning. As JT Mix, the ball gets away from Ibach. Cricket Danielson's going to take second. Lee Cohn is going to stay happily at third base. That ball wasn't far enough behind, and Lee Cohn didn't have a good jump, even if he was going to go. There's now 2 runners in scoring position for JT Mix, who's ahead 2 balls and 1 strike in the count to Schmidt. The 2-1 misses low, and Mix is ahead once more. 3 balls, 1 strike, and if he walks, that'll be the 4th walk allowed in this inning, the most allowed in any inning this game by any Sasquatch pitcher. The 3-1 gets by Ibach, rolls to his right. Again, Lee Cohn staying happily at third base as Mix trots down to first with the 2-out walk. Just when you think they couldn't extend this game any longer, well, here we are. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. 4 walks have been issued. 2 runs have scored, and the Sunfish still trail by 10. We are officially at the 3-hour and 1-minute mark as Garcia takes a fastball right down the middle for a strike. Start time was 6:38. We are now at 9:40 p.m. here in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Here's the 0-1. Fouled into the chest of Ibach for strike 2, and Garcia's down 0-2. Speaking of Sioux Falls, it's a beautiful city here. I'm from Wisconsin. I'd only been out to South Dakota or either of the Dakotas back in, if I'm not mistaken, that was the summer of 2007. Went on a family vacation out to Idaho. And so, saw the Black Hills, saw the Mount Rushmore, saw Yellowstone, fastball misses away, Garcia now at 1 ball, 2 strikes. So I'd never been to Sioux Falls before this inaugural Sunfish season. I'd had friends, though, who had. Western Illinois, part of the Summit League, and the Summit League headquarters are headquartered here in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. A fastball that just misses the outside corner makes it a 2-2 count. And so I had friends who had told me about how nice of a city it was here. And, well, when my mom and I drove out here, we got to see it for ourselves. You had the nice Falls Park downtown as Garcia drives this one high to center field. Back is Parker, who makes the catch, and the bases are left loaded for the Sunfish, who cross 2 here in the 7th inning. 3 are stranded, 2 cross off just the Jesus Licon double. No errors. It's now a 10-run ball game as we head to the top of the 8th inning. Norris McClure back for his 2nd inning of work. Well, there goes Ben Parker again, rubbing his hands in the batter's box. Must be some pre-at-bat ritual. I'm not one to judge. McClure winds and delivers. Parker takes the first pitch and skyrockets it to Kenneth Dutka out in right field, who makes easy work of it. And I'm being told that Sunfish GM Nick Moen, who has joined me once this season on this Sunfish broadcast, is in the press box to my right now on the Spearfish Sasquatch radio network. I'm going to have a word with him. First, he betrays me by wanting to trade for Tyler Katz, the Pier Trappers broadcaster, and now he's on another team's broadcast. Am I a jealous broadcaster? Maybe. It's 0-1 from McClure, and now a swing and a miss by Seth Soretti. Does a little bit of a pirouette for strike number 2. Here's the 0-2 from McClure in the dirt. It's a 10-run ball game. The Sasquatch have been hot at the plate, but not as of recent. A ground ball to Garcia, plays it off the hop, fires it over to first for out number 2.
Now batting the first baseman, number 21, Charles McAdoo.
It'll bring up Charles McAdoo, who has gotten a hit 4 times today, walked in the first inning. He scored twice. Pitch from Mixlr, a fastball outside. And obviously Mixlr, to my knowledge, has not pitched since high school. And he's really only utilizing a fastball. I think he's got a breaking pitch in there somewhere. But he's hitting 85 on the velocity. That one misses outside. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Mixlr, a man of many talents, coming in after an 8-game stint in the Northwoods League. 2 balls, 1 strike as that one hits at the knees. Here's the 2-1. Broken bat up the middle. JT Mix gets it off the liner. Another 3 up, 3 down. That's 6 straight retired for Norris Mixlr. And after 7.5, it's still a 10-run ball game. We're headed to the bottom of the 8th from Karras Park. We're here in the bottom of the 8th inning, and we have a special guest on the broadcast. You know, it's getting late. It's a 10-run ball game. Adonis Forte leading it off with now Ryan Bachman on the mound for the Sasquatch. And I have here Gannon Thompson, the Sioux Falls native and Sunfish, well, outfielder and now pitcher. How's it going, Gannon?
It's going good. Thanks for having me.
No, absolutely. And, you know, so being from Sioux Falls, Adonis Forte takes 2 pitches high and away. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Being from Sioux Falls, what's it like playing for a summer collegiate team here at home in Sioux Falls?
You know, it's really fun, actually. Get some of my friends to come out, watch some games. I haven't been able to play in about a year, so really just getting games in is about as fun as it gets.
And so you went to Sioux Falls, Washington High School. Forte now up 3-0. Takes a fastball for a strike. You went to Sioux Falls, Washington High School. And so have you ever gone to an Augustana University game, or have you ever played here at Karras Park beforehand? Forte swings and misses. It's a full count now.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, we'd play about every other game out here during the high school season. So this park, seen a lot of games by me and my friends, and it's really good to get back out. Feels good. Great place to play. Ball always flies, so it's friendly to us hitters, but then you get some payback when you're throwing up on the mound. But, I mean, it's a great place to play. Love it. Love everything about this, and Just got another half the season to go.
Yeah, we do. Forte fouled one off. It's now a payoff pitch again. Pitch from Bachman. Oh, it was inside. I don't know if it was called a hit by pitch or not, but either way, Forte's on his way to first, reaching as the leadoff man. Now it's Kenneth Dutka. And so, Gannon, you know, now you're on the broadcast, which you're the first player I'm having up here. Everyone's been begging me to come up here, do some color commentary. And you're the first one who gets to come up here. Does that mean that you don't have to be on the fish tank at all? Or do you want to be on the fish tank?
I'd hope so, but, I mean, it would be fun to be on the fish tank. Having some fun with the guys. Yeah, that'll have to happen now.
Dutka pops one up to the right side. Ninnis camps underneath it and makes the catch for out number one. Now, are you an avid listener of the fish tank? Myself and Walker. We're pretty entertaining guys.
Yes, but I haven't listened to one.
You're an avid listener, but you haven't listened to
No.
No.
Haven't gotten to listen to one yet, is what I should say.
So you're an avid listener, but you just haven't listened to one yet.
Yeah.
Because that makes perfect sense.
Well,
This is why I brought you up here, Gannon, because you and I have fun. Will Olson lines one into left field for a base hit. Runners on first and second now with one away. Now, okay, I haven't had a color commentator up here yet, a guy who actually, you know, plays baseball a lot. What did you see on that at-bat? Or on Will's swing, anything like? Break that down for me, or did you not really see much of it?
No, because you were distracting me.
That's fair.
So,
Okay, now let's watch this one. Okay, we're going to watch
we'll pay
Tanner.
attention this
We're going to watch Tanner on this one. We're going to pay attention. I'm not going to ask you questions. We're just going to call the game as it is for the fans at home. Now, here's the pitch. Taken away. Adonis Forte and Will Olson take off as the ball rolls past Ibach to the backstop. And now there's two runners in scoring position with one out. It's still a 10-run ball game here in the bottom of the eighth inning. Tanner Wilson ahead 1-0. Now, would you have swung at that?
No.
You sure?
Yes, that landed in the other's batter's box. I'd hope I wouldn't swing at that.
I'd hope you wouldn't swing at that either. The
I wouldn't swing
1-0
at that one, though.
drilled into right center field. Coming over is Ninnis. Forte's tagging the throw into second. Keeps Olson there, and a sac fly by Tanner Wilson now makes it a 9-run ball game.
It's about as good as you can do on a pitch like that. Position guys usually don't throw the hardest, and you just got to keep your hands in, just try to find some grass. It's always harder because the ball hangs, and this outfield is actually very fast, so these guys have been catching everything all day.
So when you're saying an outfield is fast, for some of the listeners at home who might not watch baseball as much, what does that necessarily mean?
The players.
Okay, outfield.
have the range.
You know, I misinterpreted
Yeah.
that. When you said outfield is fast, I thought you meant the outfield plays fast.
No.
And this outfield just themselves, the speedy
quick,
players. Yeah,
yes.
that just makes me sound dumb at this point. If I haven't
Yes.
to ask you that. Oh, thanks, Gannon. Thanks. The 1-0 to Lee Cohn is fouled to the back netting. We have Gannon Thompson, the hometown boy on the Sioux Falls Sunfish, in the press box with us. You're going to join us for the 9th inning, too? You cool talking during the 9th inning as well?
You might as well.
Or do you need to be back down in the dugout?
No, there really isn't anything going on down there, so.
Yeah, especially because you pitched
Oh,
already.
my
And
goodness.
Jesus Lee Cohn bent over on a fastball in, and instead of pulling the bat down, the bat stayed up, and a foul ball went to the backstop. It's 1-2 strikes to Lee Cohn. He looks like he's not too upset. He was upset that the bat got a piece of it, but he had a bit of a smile on his face. I mean, when something like that happens to you in a situation like this, are you all too angry?
No.
Okay.
You really can't be angry at that. It's just luck of the game. You can be
Curveball.
angry at that, though.
Curveball drops in and gets Lee Cohn looking for out number 3. 1 run crosses off, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. In the bottom of the 8th inning, it's 19-10 Sasquatch when we return on the Sunfish Radio Network and the Sunfish live stream on YouTube with Gannon Thompson in the press box when we return. Another pitcher for the Sunfish comes in. This time another position player. It's Dane Frazier. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is now the 6th pitcher for the Sunfish in today's game. One of the pitchers is sitting to my left. It's Gannon Thompson. And Gannon, you know, we've talked about off the air about, and I even talked about on the air today without you, about how you went to Michigan State, recruited as a pitcher, and are, well, not necessarily a pitcher anymore. Can you elaborate a bit more on that? I kind of told a half-hearted story when you weren't on the air, if you want to talk about it a little bit for the fans.
Yeah, so originally recruited as a two-way. Had a really good week out in front of the coaches, both hitting and pitching, so they gave me the shot both when I got out to campus. About halfway through the fall, though, my velo control was down because I wasn't able to get up on the bump as much as I'd like to during practices and stuff like that. So the coaches just came up to me before practice one day and just told me to shut down the pitching and just focus on the hitting, and it's really taken off from there.
Yeah, I mean, you've been hitting pretty well this season. It's Hayden Driggs leading off for the Sasquatch, pitch hitting for Nicky Winterstein. He swings through a fastball from Dane Frazier. It's now a 1-1 count. And, well, a joke between you and I this season is, well, every time you go up, I'm telling you need to hit a home run. Because when you're in BP, you're absolutely crushing the ball. But obviously that's just Lane or Tyler throwing you fastball after fastball. And slider, that was a slider right there. See, for me, it's the pitch identification that's not the best. That one I could kind of see a bit. Slider, nice slider from Dane Frazier, position player, hits the outside corner. Here's the 1-2.
Another one.
That time
was a strike.
It misses inside. Well, okay, we can't be too hard on the umpires up here. You can be it down there. You can't be as much up here.
Well, you can't see that as well down there. Now I can really see it, so.
Well, then keep it up in your head, man. We're on the air. 88-mile-an-hour fastball just misses. It's a full count now. And so it was for a while. How many games did it take you to get that first home run? Actually, I have the stats right here. I don't know why I'm asking you.
7? 8?
Something like that. A fastball blown by Driggs, and Dane Frazier did what his position player counterpart Norris McClure couldn't, and he got a strikeout. McClure goes 2 innings of no hit, no run, no walks, no strikeouts, just 6 up, 6 down of 2 perfect innings for McClure, and Frazier's already retired 1 via the strikeout. Gets a nice breaking ball inside to hit. Now this is where you say, well, that looked like it was exactly the same as the last one, except this one was called a strike. That we can kind of say here in the broadcast booth. This one gets away. It's ones across the board. One's wild. We got number 1, Jacob Sanchez. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. I haven't had that this game. I'm sorry. I get excited about that. Thanks for joining me, Gannon. Please don't leave me in the press box because we're having fun up here, right?
Yeah, we are having fun.
Absolutely. Okay, but so we were talking about, you know, if this one gets by, 2 balls, 1 strike. We were talking about how long it took you to get a home run. And every game I'd be like, dude, you had this pitch, you had this pitch, you had this situation, and I'd always give you crap. You're a good sport about it. And finally you hit one, as this one's drilled hard, but hooking far foul into the parking lot. And when you hit it, what was the first thing you said to me after the game? Or what did you do after the game when you saw me in the dugout?
Said I finally got one for you.
Yep, you said, hey, Dave. You looked at me, smiled, I got happy, and then you're just like, I finally got one for you. It was a fun moment. The 2-2 breaking ball swung on and missed by Sanchez. Back-to-back strikeouts for Dane Frazier. There's 2 outs in this top of the 9th inning where the Sunfish are trailing by 9. That brings up Chandler Eibach.
I think we can both say that was well past due.
The home run?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you know what was well past due as well?
The second one?
The second one that you just absolutely crushed in Mixlr Field in Fremont this past Monday. And, well, I mean, you've been hitting pretty well at the plate. When you're up at the plate and you're struggling a little bit, like you started off this season, you made your debut here at Karras Park, and you had an infield hit off, I think it was a broken bat. You made it to first.
0 for 4.
No, in that first game you reached.
On a walk.
That wasn't a walk.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
That's what the whole handy-dandy score. But I know you reached. I could have swore that was that first game you had the.
I can tell you right now,
I know
the first 2 games.
I believe it. I'm not
6
saying.
Ks.
I'm not calling you a liar. Gannon Thompson walked and scored. Would you look at that? 3 strikeouts. Who was it that had the broken bat then?
I had that later in the season.
That was later in the season. I knew you had one. The 3-0 bounces in the dirt, stopped by Olsen. Ibach draws the 2-out walk. So when you're struggling at the plate, especially to kick off the season, what's the mindset like? What's the approach like when you come up to bat? You know, you're down bad, 0 for 6. You're still looking at that first hit. What's the mindset, the approach at the plate?
Really, for me, it was more about just thinking that it'll come. I hadn't seen a pitch in a live game for 11 months up to that point, so it was a lot of inter squads and a lot of live at-bats at school, but that's just not the same as a game, and so I was just sitting, waiting, hoping my hit would come eventually, and I mean, I think it was 3 games into the season that I got here that it finally came, and I mean, it wasn't the prettiest, but it started everything.
Yeah, it did, and a nice fire from Dylan Cricket Danielson at third over to a stretching Jesus Licone for out number 3. No runs crossing that 9 innings. The only runner allowed on base was a walk. Dane Frazier otherwise looking good on the mound. The Sunfish still trail by 9 as we head to the bottom half of the 9th inning here from Karras Park. Back here in the bottom of the 9th inning, it's the pitcher, Dane Frazier, leading it off. He went 4 up, 3 down. He just allowed a walk. Otherwise, he was looking good on the mound, had a pair of strikeouts. We're still being joined by Gannon Thompson up in the booth. And Gannon, you had 1 strikeout yourself, only 2 walks as Dane Frazier takes the ball outside from a position player, Ryan Bachman, on the mound. And Gannon, so when you come in, Asante gets the bases loaded. He's not looking too good. You come in today. What was actually your reaction when you were told, hey, it's your turn to go warm up in the bullpen after really not expecting to pitch this summer?
I was so happy. I've been begging Walker to throw because we've had a couple games here recently where we've either been up by a lot or down by a lot, and it's the perfect time to use some position guys up on the mound, let them have some fun. And gave me the nod today, and I got real happy. And didn't go out as I was hoping, but I mean, I was still up there. That's all I could have asked for, really.
Frazier takes one to deep center field, but caught at the warning track by Ben Parker. Now that one was absolutely crushed. What'd you see on that swing?
He sat back, got his hands through, and usually Dane's a little bit late and doesn't get his barrel out, but that one he decided, let's go, and got all of it and hit it almost out 395. That would have been quite a shot.
Yeah, most of the home runs here have either been to left field, left center field, or Norris has had a couple to the right. Pitch misses high. It's 1 ball, no strikes to Dylan Cricket Danielson as his walk-up music played the entire way through that pitch. Now, is it, for a hitter like yourself, you know, we've talked about this off the air in the dugout. Some of the slower pitchers, it's a little struggle for some of you guys to get hits off of that. You've been struggling as of recent. Now, for you, do you think it'd be easier to take one from, say, a guy like this who's throwing, 70 on his fastball, a position player, or you're looking for that 88-mile-an-hour fastball?
Ideally, we're trying to find something probably like 83, 86 is probably the sweet spot for us hitters, at least now. And when you get guys that are throwing 76, 77, it's kind of hard to sit back and hold off until you can get a pitch like that one.
This one's barreled up, but taken just to center field, right back at Ben Parker. 2 up, 2 down on the fly out to center, and JT Mix is the last hope for Sioux Falls, who's down by 9. Gannon, you want to do some play-by-play?
No.
Has it ever been a dream of yours to be a play-by-play broadcaster?
No, I know I'd be bad at that. I'll leave that up to you.
You're gonna leave that up to me. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you'll be
you
on
do
the
well at it.
maybe you'll be on the fish tank after all.
Yeah, I think we could enjoy that.
No, so I was talking on the fish tank episode today with Zeph Hoffpower and Jonathan Brandon. First pitch to JT Mix, taken high.
Yeah, where was my invite to that?
Are you from Louisiana, or have you played at Louisiana Lafayette? They told me how to say it today, and I'm still gonna mess it up. Here's the 1-0. Mix doesn't get hit on the head. He ducks out of the way. But so yeah, you've not that was the theme of the episode. There's always a theme, or there's always just like a reason why I choose someone.
Well, I'm sorry.
Hit 3 home runs in 4 games, and maybe you'll be on.
All right.
Otherwise, you're just plain boring, Gannon.
Wow, hurtful.
But anyway, no, so we were talking, back to my original point. We were talking, and we got up to my home run call because they wanted me to do a recap, a play-by-play call of my home run that I hit in Little League. We're not even going to get to the question. This one's taken far. It's off the wall. JT Mix rounding first on his way to second. He'll pull up there. Gannon, you were expecting that one to go out, and Gage Ninin's out in, or actually that's going to be, excuse me, that's not Ninin's anymore. That's Jacob Sanchez out there in right, kicking a little bit of dirt, allowing that double off the wall with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Yeah, that ball was hit very well by JT. I bet that's all he could have given it, and would have been sweet to see his first home run here.
But so we were talking about my home run call. There it is. I've used it every single home run this season, including both of yours. And have you listened at like the playback of my audio on your home run calls?
Oh, yeah.
Have you enjoyed it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Do you like the "there it is" call?
I do.
Nice and simple. You're not just being nice because you're up here.
No, because you were quite excited about my first one.
I
kinda got
was
me happy.
The thing was with yours, I was a bit like, there was a bit of shock too. Like, not necessarily that it was you, I was shocked that you were hitting it. No, it was when that ball is, as a broadcaster, it's rule number 1 that if you lose a ball, always follow the outfielder. Here's the 1-1 Benito Garcia, misses low. It's 2-1 now. And it's always to follow the outfielder. Well, you launched this one up into the night sky in Carroll, Iowa. I thought it was gone off the second it hit your bat. Fans in the stands are just like, no. And I'm looking at the center and left fielder. They have no idea where this ball has gone.
Yeah, I don't really think anybody did. I saw it off the bat and then lost it instantly, so I
Seriously.
had no idea.
And that's what I did too. And so then I'm looking for it. I have no idea. I almost paused a little bit, and then I watched it come down over the wall, and it was just pure excitement because it was also a tie ball game then. 2-run home run. You tied up the ball game. The Sunfish would end up losing in the 9th inning off of an error. Seems to happen a lot this season. But
yeah, we've had our fair share, but I mean, a lot of guys here that we've had haven't seen that many live games like at all. A couple of the guys had their seasons canceled again due to COVID, and that's honestly the worst thing that could have happened to a couple of them. But errors are expected, especially when you go to a field that you've never seen before, never played on, and really wasn't well taken care of like it is here at Karras. So hops were all over the place down in Carroll.
payoff pitch to Benito Garcia, taken for ball 4. Now there's 2 runners on with 2 outs here in the 9th inning. Brings up Adonis Forte, who walked and scored in the 8th. But so yeah, so there was just the pure actual excitement, joy, and again the slight surprise because I had lost the ball. And I was also excited because I was excited on your home run. I was excited on Zeph Hoffpower's home run because there's actually been several that I've been excited. Not that I haven't been excited on all of them. It's always cool to see the long ball from one of you guys. I was excited on Carter Tibbetts because his was the first home run of the season.
Well deserved.
Kenneth Dutka, his was in Game 2, and at BP that day, Walker asked him, when was the last time you took a live at-bat? He said about a year and a half. And Walker said, first pitch you see, you got to daddy hack it. That's all that Kenny did. He daddy hacked it and took it over the right field wall. So I was excited about that one. A half swing by Adonis Forte gets him down 1-2.
It was first pitch?
First pitch over the right field wall. I don't have the audio for it. I lost the game audio for that, so I don't have that home run call. I was going nuts. Forte takes fastball outside. It's an even 2-2 count. So I was excited for those. I was excited for Will Olson's because it was the first home run at Karras Park. I was excited for Zeff's following that because Zeff had been promising me a home run for like 2 weeks. Then I was excited for yours. Curveball drops in. It's 3 balls, 2 strikes. Or is that a slider? See, curveballs and sliders sometimes look the same to me.
Curveballs will move more up and down, if you can tell from up
See,
here.
and that's
Sliders will move more left to right, right to left, depending on the pitcher.
See, that's what I usually see. And so that one was up and down. Fastball misses high, and the bases have been walked loaded. A double by JT Mix and back-to-back walks for Adonis Forte and Benito Garcia, and it's now Kenneth Dutka. Still a 9-run ball game, so, you know, if Dutka gets a hold of this one, well, that's still 5 more runs that are needed. He almost wears one as he ducks out of the way. So, yeah, there's been several home runs and that I've gotten excited about. But, yeah, yours was definitely, it was just pure holy crap as Dutka rips this one into right field. There it goes. There it is. Look at that.
What a call.
We're just talking about it, and the first grand slam in Sunfish history makes it a 5-run ball game. Usually the broadcaster's jinx hasn't worked like that for me yet, but there it is. Kenneth Dutka absolutely rips one to right center field. That's his first home run since Game 2 against the Fremont Moo. It's now 19-14.
Wrong. He had one in Wheat City and Carroll.
Correct. I'm mistaken. I'm getting excited. I'm getting ahead of myself. Look at you. This is why you have someone up in the booth. Because you catch me on my mistakes. No one else is up here to catch me on my mistakes. You think Zach's going to call me out on something? No.
No.
He's just over there just doing his job working as Will Olson on the first pitch lines one straight to first. I was too excited about the home run. Will Olson takes the first pitch, lines it out to first, so a grand slam by Kenneth Dutka crosses 4 in the 9th inning. The final score, 19-14. An absolute marathon of a game, 10-14 final pitch. Now, I'm no mathematician, but here we try. That's 3 hours and...
16.
Nope, 26 minutes. 3 hours and 26 minutes. You were close because you have to go the half hour, which takes you to 10:08. No.
26.
36. 6:38.
Is that a 5 or is that a...
That's a 6.
No, that.
That's a 10. What are you looking at?
Your minutes on the
That's
second.
a 1. That's a 1.
Okay.
Sorry, there we
Yeah,
go.
you got me a little confused there.
We're doing math up here in the Sioux Falls Sunfish press box. 19 runs off 20 hits, 1 error for the Spearfish Sasquatch. They take the game over the Sunfish. 14 runs off 12 hits, 3 errors. You might want to get down to the team meeting.
Yeah, I really
Gannon,
should.
thanks for joining me up here. Gannon Thompson, ladies and gentlemen, joining me on this broadcast. Have a good trip down to the post-team meeting.
Thank you.
Kenneth Dutka puts an exclamation point on this one with the first grand slam in Sunfish history, taking over the right field wall here in the 9th inning with 2 outs. There's not much to recap. Well, there is. It's a long recap. I'm not going to waste your time with it. It's been a long ball game. Thank you again for Gannon Thompson on joining me up in the press box. The Sasquatch take the game and now the series. 2 games won thus far for the Sasquatch in this 3-game series. Game 3 tomorrow night. 6:35 first pitch here at Karras Park. 19 runs off 20 hits, 1 error for the Sasquatch. 14 runs off 12 hits, 3 errors for the Sioux Falls Sunfish. The Sunfish fall to 14-17, while the Sasquatch improve to 21-9. Those records are about to reset any day now. For everyone here with the Sioux Falls Sunfish organization, I'm David Coyer. Go Fish.